jedna, dvě, jedna, dvě, jedna, dvě, jedna, dvě, jedna, dvě.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Health Congress being held here in Prague. This is the hall number 4. All lectures held in this hall will take place online. We are excited to have participants and speakers from around the world connecting virtually today. Our program is organized into 3 distinct blocks to ensure a smooth and engaging experience. The first block is starting right now. We have 8 specialists from various fields ready to share their expertise. After this block, a lunch break is supposed to start at 1 p.m. of the Central European Summertime. The second block starts at 2:10 p.m., featuring 5 experts, followed by a musical performance and a coffee break. Finally, the last block kicks off at 4:05, with 7 lectures presenting before we conclude the day. We hope you will enjoy the sessions and make the most of this virtual gathering. And now let's get started with our first speaker. This is Mr. Louis Hutter from Switzerland, a distinguished figure in traditional and European naturopathy. He currently serves as a co-president of the TEN Forum and a co-director of the TEN Institute. He has been running his private practice in St. Gallen since 2003. Louis lectures in institutions across Europe. Mr. Louis Hutter cannot be here with us online today. Nevertheless, he has pre-recorded his lecture in German language, provided with the English subtitles. So, let's start with our first speaker.
Herzlichen Dank an Thomas Pfeiffer und dem Team für dieses wunderbaren Kongress, den ihr hier haltet in Prag. Leider kann ich nicht persönlich dabei sein, aber sende mit großem Vergnügen diesen Film. Es geht hier darum, die traditionelle Medizin vorzustellen, und zwar in der Historie, den typischen Prinzipien in ihrer ganzen Vielfalt und was die Zukunftsperspektiven anbelangt. Mein Name ist Louis Hutter, ich bin eidgenössisch diplomierter Naturheilpraktiker in der Schweiz, bin auch als Buchautor zum Thema traditionelle europäische Medizin tätig und bin ebenfalls der Vizepräsident des TEM-Forums. TEM, was bedeutet das? Zuerst einmal gibt es unter diesem Begriff der traditionellen europäischen Medizin auch weitere Akronyme wie TZM, TEN, TAM, MTEM und viele weitere Begriffe, die in Europa bekannt sind. TEM scheint uns aber auf internationaler Ebene als Traditional European Medicine am geeignetsten zu sein und möchte alle anderen TEM-Richtungen inkludieren. Was heißt denn eigentlich TEM? T steht für Tradition. Tradition, das bedeutet, es ist eine Medizin, deren Wurzeln sich bis weit in die Antike zurückverfolgen lässt. Europäisch. Europäisch meint einerseits natürlich eine geografische Ausrichtung, mehr aber noch und wichtiger ist es die kulturelle Ausrichtung, die darunter zu verstehen ist. So gibt es auch eine traditionelle europäische Medizin, beispielsweise bei Auswanderern vor langer, langer Zeit, wie das beispielsweise in Nordamerika der Fall ist. Medizin. Die traditionell europäische Medizin ist nicht als ein Subsystem der Schulmedizin zu verstehen, sondern es ist ein eigenständiges medizinisches System mit eigenständiger Logik und Methodik. Wo sind die Ursprünge zu suchen? Einerseits natürlich ist der Ursprung stark verbunden mit den griechischen naturphilosophischen Ärzten wie Hippokrates, aber natürlich auch ein Galen. Es spielt auch ein Avicenna eine ganz wichtige Rolle, eine Gestalt, die ganz sicher auch den östlichen Kulturraum mit dem westlichen Kulturraum in der Philosophie und in der Medizin verbindet. Speziell dann in Europa auch Hildegard von Bingen, die ganz speziell den mystischen, spirituellen Aspekt der europäischen Medizin versinnbildlicht. Paracelsus, der dann die Spagyrik und die Alchemie mit hineinbringt und in neuester Zeit dann ein Sebastian Kneipp, der die volksheilkundliche Richtung in die TEM hineinbringt und Bernhard Aschner, der bekannte und berühmte Arzt aus Österreich, der auch als der Wiederentdecker der humoralmedizinisch wirksamen Verfahren gilt und somit auch eine Verbindung gemacht hat zwischen alter und neuer Medizin. Innerhalb der traditionell europäischen Medizin gibt es, und das hat natürlich mit ihrem Alter zu tun, sie ist ja wahrlich älter als 2000 Jahre, und da gibt es verschiedene Disziplinen. Die wichtigsten Disziplinen sind ganz sicher einerseits mal die Humoralmedizin. Die Humoralmedizin, die auf die alte griechische und römische Medizin basiert, die dann eigentlich die Wurzel darstellt für alle anderen Medizinsysteme Europas. Die Lehre der 4 Elemente und der 4 Säfte steht da im Vordergrund. Dann aber auch die Astromedizin, die weitaus mehr zu bieten hat als nur eine billige Individualhoroskopie, wie man es aus den Heftchen kennt. Denn die Astromedizin wurde auch schon von den alten griechischen Ärzten praktiziert. Ganz wichtig dann aber auch die Klostermedizin, die Humoralmedizin, teilweise aber auch die alchemistische Medizin integriert und verbindet mit dem christlichen Heilverständnis. Dann haben wir die Alchemie, da vor allem die Spagyrik. Als Begründer gilt für die Spagyrik Paracelsus, der ja eine spezielle Art der Arzneimittelherstellung in die traditionell europäische Medizin gebracht hat. Und dann dürfen wir auch etwas anderes nicht vergessen. Das ist nämlich die regionale Volksheilkunde, die sich ja auch stark unterscheiden kann von einem Tal zu dem anderen, wenn wir es zum Beispiel in der Schweiz betrachten. Das sind also alles Disziplinen, worüber man sehr viel reden könnte, die sich in der traditionell europäischen Medizin wiederfinden und verbinden. Wichtig ist zu sehen, dass all diese Medizindisziplinen unter dem Deckmantel der traditionellen europäischen Medizin im Hintergrund vor allem eine spezielle Denkart hat. Diese Denkart, die wir als das analoge Denken verstehen, steht in einem gewissen Gegensatz oder in einer Komplementarität zu dem linearen Denken. Das lineare Denken, das ist vor allem ein Denken, das quantitativ orientiert ist. Das heißt, da steht die Messbarkeit des Ponderablen im Vordergrunde, währenddem im analogen Denken das nicht Messbare, das heißt das Imponderable, im Vordergrund steht. Das heißt, das analoge Denken steht vor allem für ein Denken, das in Gleichnissen funktioniert und sich vor allem der Welt der Ideen und Prinzipien zugehörig fühlt, währenddem das lineare Denken der Welt der Erscheinungen vielmehr sich zuwendet. Das analoge Denken ist das typische Denken für die traditionelle europäische Medizin. Es will dort nämlich die Prinzipien, die hinter dem Sichtbaren sind, ergründen und diese dann zum Wohle des Patienten auch beeinflussen können. Im Prinzip ist das die Grundlage jedes naturphilosophischen Medizinsystems. Das heißt, über das analoge Denken kommt man dazu, zu sagen, dass, und das ist ganz wichtig für die traditionell europäische Medizin, der Mensch, so modern er auch sein mag, immer noch Teil der Natur ist. Die TEM wird das Denken in Analogien praktizieren, um Gesetzmäßigkeiten, Prinzipien genannt, zu ergründen. Diese Prinzipien haben einen universellen Charakter und dienen als Grundlage der Arbeitsmodelle der traditionell europäischen Medizin. Die grundlegendsten Prinzipien sind ganz sicher die Qualitätenlehre. Da geht es darum, dass der naturphilosophisch begründete Mediziner die ganze Welt in Wärme, Kälte, Feuchtigkeit, Trockenheit einordnet und diese dann ebenfalls mit den 4 Elementen verbindet. Die 4 Elemente stehen da als 4 Grundkräfte, die sowohl den Außenraum des Menschen wie auch den Innenraum des Menschen konsolidieren. Dieses gilt es dann zu beeinflussen, damit dieses in Harmonie bleibt, was die TEM die Eukrasie nennt, die gute Mischung dieser 4 grundlegenden Kräfte. Die traditionelle europäische Medizin hat auch eine eigene Anthropologie. Diese Anthropologie beginnt damit, dass man sagen kann, als oberstes Prinzip des Menschen ist die Anima. Anima, die unsterbliche Seele. Diese Seele wirkt über die Lebenskräfte, auch Spiritus genannt, auf den menschlichen Leib. Dieser Leib besteht zuvorderst aus 4 Flüssigkeiten, die 4 Säfte, die gelbe Galle, die schwarze Galle, Blut und Schleim. Diese 4 Säfte verdichten sich dann in jeweilig eigener Mischung zu den unterschiedlichen Geweben und Organe des individuellen Menschen. Individualität ist in der traditionell europäischen Medizin ganz wichtig, denn aus dieser Individualität ist dann auch die individuelle Konstitution des Menschen zu verstehen. Diese gilt es zu ergründen und entsprechend individuell auch zu beeinflussen, um Harmonie innerhalb dieser 4 Kräfte, einerseits der Säfte, andererseits der Qualitäten, aber auch der Zusammenstellung des Menschen als ein Seele, Leib, Geist, Konstrukt. Die traditionelle europäische Medizin kennt auch eine eigene Diagnoseform. Einerseits natürlich die Anamnese gehört da dazu, dann das Erkennen der Psychomorphologie des Menschen, die Iris-Diagnose, die Pulsdiagnose, aber auch die Diagnose über Reflexzonen, genauso auch wie die Zungendiagnose und die Betrachtung des Urins und der Aderlass-Blutanalyse gehört hier dazu. Über diese Diagnoseformen erkennt der traditionell europäische Naturheilpraktiker oder Arzt, in was für einem Säftezustand sich der Mensch befindet. Grundprinzipien ist innerhalb der Therapie das Grundprinzip des Contraria, Contraris Curantur. Das heißt also, das Gegensätzlichkeitsprinzip wird hier angewendet. Ist es zu warm, muss gekühlt werden. Ist es zu kühl, muss es gewärmt werden. Das wird erreicht über die Lebensführung, Ernährungsvorschriften, verschiedene Heilmittel, Aus- und Ableitverfahren sowie auch unterschiedliche manuelle Verfahren. Nun, wie steht es mit der traditionell europäischen Medizin in Europa? Einerseits kann man sagen und beobachten, diese Medizin gewinnt an Bedeutung. Es gibt mehr und mehr Ausbildungen, die diese Medizin anbieten, und sie wird auch praktiziert. Es ist also eine lebendige Medizin. Wir wollen dann in der Zukunft, diese Zukunft hat aber bereits schon begonnen, dass diese Medizin auch in Spitälern angewendet werden, dass vermehrt auch darüber geforscht wird und darüber auch dokumentiert und geredet wird. Die traditionell europäische Medizin soll in Europa so bekannt werden, wie es die TCM Ayurveda auch ist und sowohl in der Gesundheitspolitik wie auch in der Prävention eine wichtige Rolle führen. Wichtig zum Beispiel in der Schweiz, wo diese Medizin schon sehr gut verankert ist. Das hat eine gewisse Zeit gebraucht, von 1920 bis dann 2015, wo es zum ersten Mal dann ein Diplom gab zum Naturheilpraktiker mit der Fachrichtung traditionell europäische Naturheilkunde. In Europa gilt es also tatsächlich, die Schweiz als ein Vorreiterland in diesen Dingen zu betrachten. Die traditionell europäische Medizin ist immer mehr Teil der Gesundheitsversorgung, vor allem jetzt, wo immer mehr diese Gesundheitsversorgung in Frage gestellt wird, wegen explosierenden Kosten. Patienten schätzen sehr diese ganzheitlich orientierte und individuell angepasste Therapie. Wir haben eine wachsende Zahl an Forschungen und an Publikationen in diesem Bereich. Das heißt, es soll diese Medizin im 21. Jahrhundert stark verankert werden in der Gesundheitsversorgung Europas, denn die traditionell europäische Medizin ist auch ein europäisches Kulturgut mit Zukunft. Für diese Belange ist die traditionell europäische Medizin zusammengefasst worden im TEM-Forum. TEM-Forum ist die Plattform, wo sich all diejenigen, die sich mit traditionell europäischen Medizin, ob als Laie, ob als Professionalist, treffen, um diese Medizin weiterzubringen. Hier lade ich Sie sehr gerne dazu ein, am 20. und 21. Juni 2026 hier in Prag dabei zu sein, wenn das nächste TEM-Forum-Treffen stattfindet. Wenn Sie mehr wissen wollen zu diesem Thema, so gibt es ein Buch, allerdings erst in deutscher Sprache. Wir hoffen, dass es auch demnächst übersetzt wird ins Englische, wo viele Personen, die in der traditionell europäischen Medizin eine wichtige Rolle spielen, ihre Beiträge geleistet haben in Form von sehr interessanten Artikeln. Und gehen Sie auch auf das TEM-Forum, um dort im Internet die neuesten Informationen zu diesem Bereich zu erhalten. Herzlichen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Ich wünsche Ihnen weiterhin einen sehr interessanten, lehrreichen Aufenthalt hier in Prag.
This was Mr. Hutter from Switzerland. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is Mr. William Douglas from the USA. He is the founder of World Tai Chi Day and the Global Transformation Project. William is a leading expert in mind-body practices, teaching through the University of Kansas Health System and other major institutions. His global organizing of World Tai Chi Day has reached over 1 billion people worldwide. His work has been officially recognized by governments and legislative bodies across the globe. William's contribution in our program has been pre-recorded as he cannot join us online today. Hereby, I am kindly asking our team to start the presentation.
So everything that I'm going to be talking about, all the science is meticulously endnoted in here. So you'll be able to go to the web page if you get the book, and you'll be able to see the source data, the studies, the articles that all this science came from. And that's really important to get out to the mind-body community. So I thought I'd start this with a quote, and I think it was Bertrand Russell, but I could be wrong. And he said that truth is always simple, but humanity will stampede all over simple truth to get to something more complicated. And what this journey, this has been like getting close to a 50-year journey of Tai Chi and Qigong. And also just mind-body practices in general, because like, I know I'm not the only person, but over these decades practicing Tai Chi and Qigong, I've become aware of yoga and mindfulness and different meditation techniques. And you start to realize very quickly that they're all part of the same family. And what the data shows is that what they all have in common is they're able to bring the brain waves into the alpha brainwave state. And then when we practice it on a regular basis, we tend to operate more in a gamma wave consciousness, which is a higher level of consciousness, which the science seems to show what it does is it plugs us into the internet of existence so that we're open to greater insights and information. And so what all this science in the Gospel of Science, 2nd edition, leads to is the irrefutable realization that most of the world's problems could be solved by educating public education students, kindergarten through 12th grade, in mind-body practices. And so my research into the science, it started in my classes because I had doctors in my classes that were healing and getting off of different kinds of drugs and recovering from injuries and stuff. And so then they started handing me medical research. This is before Google, or before I knew about it. And the stack just got bigger and bigger. And so one thing to realize, one thing that's so important for the mind-body community to realize, all of us, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, mindfulness, meditation, is the science is already in on this stuff. The idea that we have to have a certain amount more science before we realize that we should be educating public education children in mind-body practices, that's just not real. The reason that it seems like it's real is because our mass media, and in the United States, our government to a large extent as well, the regulatory agencies, they just willfully ignore this because they're pharmaceutical driven. And so let's just look at just one thing that we're all painfully familiar with, the COVID event. What the science showed was that the frontline healthcare workers who had high T-cell counts, they were much less likely to contract COVID. And if they contracted it, they were much less likely to suffer severe symptoms from it. Now, what the data shows is that mind-body practices profoundly increase T-cell counts on a large scale. And so we could be teaching school children all over the planet how to keep their T-cell counts elevated, because they stay pretty elevated up to about age 7. That's when we lose touch with the alpha meditative state. As children, we're just naturally in an alpha meditative state most of the time. That's what the brain scientists explain to us. And so we could be teaching kids how to stay in touch with this, just very natural state of being, and dramatically boosting global immunity. One of the studies that I cite in the book was a university study, and they taught the swimmers on the university swim team how to do Qigong. And the Qigong group, compared to the control group of swimmers, had 85% less respiratory infections. So let's just, if we could just all realize the science is in. And one thing that I want to point out that a lot of people don't get, and I get to it in the book as well, in the Gospel of Science, is that scientists put their careers on the line to study mind-body practices and consciousness, because that is a taboo subject for researchers. And when you get into the book, you'll see what I'm talking about. And but they've done it. They put all their lives into uncovering this science that you don't get through mainstream media, and you don't get through the medical community, because it's all pharmaceutical driven. So what we could be doing is we could be, according to Dr. Herbert Benson's research at Harvard, who was kind of a catalyst for me, as well as Ken Cohen's Way of Qigong, where he approached this mind-body as a scientific, on a scientific level. But Dr. Herbert Benson's research showed that between 60 and 90% of the health issues sending people to the doctors are caused by stress and best treated by mind-body practices, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, and mindfulness. And then a Kaiser Permanente 20-year study found that somewhere between 70 and 85% of the health issues sending people to their doctors were caused by stress. And so by educating public education students in mind-body practices, and we could do it with a 1 hour, what we're recommending through a United Nations, non-binding United Nations resolution, is we're advocating an hour a day where they would bring local Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness teachers into the classrooms to teach children at age-appropriate ways. And that'd be really easy to do. So like for kindergartners, first graders, second graders, third graders, you could be teaching them animal Qigong, fun things. It has to be fun because that's what takes you into the brainwave state that you want to achieve. And so how could schools do that? Well, they could contact local mind-body teachers in those 5 categories, and they could bring them in and interview them just like they would for any other job. And they could see, how they deal with the kids and, do they approach it in a way that works well with their school. The other thing too, as I mentioned earlier with Stephen, is the Muse headband, which is relatively inexpensive, and it shows when you're going into alpha state. It gives you instant feedback. And so we could, schools around the world could be using the Muse headband to see whether the techniques that they're bringing in are actually helping kids get to the alpha state, because that's where all the magic happens. And so this could be very easily done. It's like one of the things that organizing World Tai Chi Day has taught us is that there are effective mind-body teachers in virtually every city all over the planet. It's all in place. And so what we want to do is we want to use the United Nations General Assembly as a vehicle to get the science that's already there out to public educators worldwide. And public educators, if you go to globaltransformationproject.org and look at the science, you'll see what I'm talking about, or if you read the Gospel of Science. And as far as from an educational standpoint, how do we sell it to educators? Well, regular meditators, IQs improve by 20 points. Any teacher in the world who could look at a study like that and go, oh, we don't want our students to have 20-point higher IQs. I don't think you're going to find any rational teacher that's going to think that way. And then at the same time, while that's happening, they're improving their GRE reading skills, their math proficiency skills, their verbal fluency skills. All this is documented. It's in the Gospel of Science, and it's endnoted, so you can become aware of this. The mind-body community, we have to get educated on the science that already exists, that's not being given to people through the mass media and through the government institutions. And in my hospital classes, the biggest challenge that I have with patients or students coming into my classes is that they won't believe that these things will do what they do, what science has shown they will do what they do, because they haven't seen it on their news station. And the reason they haven't is because Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN, for example, he doesn't report on the huge breadth of possibility of mind-body, because at the end of every one of his newscasts, it says, brought to you by Pfizer Corporation. And there's money to be made. There's massive money to be made off this dysfunctional education system, health system, and also prison system. In the United States, we imprison more of our people than any country on the planet Earth. And our violent crime rates are actually at 40-year lows. And I get into all this in the book because that's actually related to the spread of mind-body practices around the planet. But we have this high imprisonment rate. And when I taught at Folsom Prison, and that's what really got me started on looking into the consciousness of mind-body practices and the quantum physics and the chaos mathematics that shows how this changes the consciousness of the whole planet. And at Folsom Prison, they had a Tai Chi Cha program for 2 years. And during that 2 years, the Tai Chi Cha program participants, their recidivism rate went from the normal 70% return to prison rate down to 30%. And not only that, but during that 2 years, the incident rate, that's the misbehavior rates, fights, all those kind of things, the incident rate went down for the whole prison. And this has been replicated in other prisons. There was a Mexican prison called Apodaca Prison, and they had a horrifically violent incident. And then they taught the whole prison how to meditate. Everybody, prison guards, administrators, everybody. They haven't had a violent incident since that happened. And so we could be emptying our prisons. We could be cutting trillions of dollars. This is all data driven. It's just that most people don't know about it, and they're not going to know about it if they don't dig for it. Now you can read this, and you can get this for free on World Tai Chi Day, and you can have all this science meticulously endnoted to make it easy for you to get what you're not going to get from the government and what you're not going to get from the mass media. But we could be transforming the planet, saving trillions of dollars every year, year after year after year, trillions of dollars. Imagine what the world could do with trillions of dollars year after year after year. We could be emptying our prisons, reducing violence and conflict, and also creating much more intelligent and creative students coming out into the society. All this is possible, and it's all easily done. Okay, so now why did we choose the United Nations General Assembly to use it as a vehicle to help expedite this vision and this possibility? We did it because in 2014, the United Nations General Assembly voted to create the International Day of Yoga. And it was patterned after World Tai Chi Day, which, you know, we all started 7 years before. And I think that's a real feather in the cap of the Tai Chi community, because the Tai Chi community had the vision that it was time for the planet to know about all this stuff. And we educated together, coming together as a Tai Chi and Qigong community, we educated over 1 billion media viewers and readers on the science of Tai Chi and Qigong, because we have that database at worldtaichiday.org that has medical research on Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness for 100 of the most common health conditions that people face. So we taught people how to get a media microphone, get media to show up at their events, and then use that microphone to educate the public about science. And we reached over 1 billion media viewers and readers. And then we also got government bodies all over the planet to advocate Tai Chi and Qigong for their citizens. And so the United Nations, 7 years later, after we organized World Tai Chi Day, they created the International Day of Yoga. And they did it to increase global health and global harmony. And so we cite that in our draft resolution for the Global Transformation Project to urge public educators all over the planet to look at the science. And when they look at the science, they'll want to bring local mind-body teachers into their classrooms, kindergarten through 12th grade. And what you'll have is you'll have a whole generation of mind-body masters. And so the reason that this is so doable is that when that resolution passed in the General Assembly, that International Day of Yoga, it passed with a record number of co-sponsoring nations, 177 co-sponsoring nations. Never before had the world come together around something like they did for the International Day of Yoga. And the Global Transformation Project, public education, mind, body, and public education is the next step. And so Angela and I, who founded and organized World Tai Chi Day, we are volunteering ourselves, we're committing ourselves to lobbying every United Nations mission on the planet to co-sponsor this resolution for advocating mind-body education in public education. And we'll contact them all. And we've got a proven record of global organizing from just what I've just told you about the government and the media. And so we're able to do it, and we're volunteers. We're volunteering our time to do it. And if you read this book and you look at this science, you realize that we're offering a profound gift to the world, and especially to the mind-body community. All these qualified teachers should be in the public education. Different people, some people teach better with older kids, high school. Some people are good at teaching with younger kids. I've taught at all levels, and you can change, you can modify and incorporate, aspects of all these big 5 mind-body practices and create something that's really fun and really beneficial to kindergartners all the way up through 12th grade. And so we could use the United Nations as a vehicle to get this information out to public educators around the planet who aren't getting it through their healthcare system, and they're not getting it through their mass media. And we could do an end run around all that stuff. And so I'll just close with Bertrand Russell's quote: "Truth is always simple, but humanity will stampede all over simple truth. they'll build prisons and they'll build pharmaceuticals and they'll build all this complicated stuff until the end of time because it makes a lot of money. Prisons make a lot of money in the United States. But the solution is simple. The solution is so simple. And we've got a vision. We've got the science to back it up. This is 40 years of work that we've done. And like I said, we're giving it away on World Tai Chi Day. This is free on Kindle all day long. And then the following Saturday on May the 3rd. That's the best we can do, is to put all this together, give it away, and volunteer ourselves to do this.
So this was Mr. Kyle Ciulo. I'm sorry, this was Mr. William Douglas and his presentation. And staying in the US, it's my pleasure to turn your attention to our next speaker. And this is Mr. Kyle Ciulo, a talented bioengineer, a technologist specializing in medical device innovations and regenerative medicine. Kyle has co-founded ventures focused on the integrative health solutions, and he's passionate about combining technology with holistic health. Together with his wife Eliza, who brings extensive experience in clinical research and drug development, they offer a unique perspective bridging conventional biomedical approaches with complementary and integrative medicine. Their insights are deeply informed by both professional expertise and their personal journey navigating their son's cancer treatment. And now we welcome Mr. Kyle Ciulo as our next presenter. Good very morning to the US. Can we hear each other well? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. I hope I made your pronunciation of your surname correctly.
Chulo. It's good. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Well, yes, thank you. So Elisa and I begin with deep gratitude to our children, Danica and Enzo, and our family, friends, and community, the caregivers at Stanford Children's Hospital, and our integrative care teams at Crystal Springs and Cultivating Self, and the organizers and participants of the World Health Congress. Sharing our journey is one way we are closing out this intense chapter of our lives, nearly a year since Enzo's diagnosis and treatment began. We also hope the story supports others, invites collaboration with practitioners, and helps us explore less toxic, more natural and empowering protocols should Enzo's cancer ever return, and for the many children and families navigating similar paths. So Lisa and I met 18 years ago at UC San Diego as bioengineering students. Since then, Elisa led global clinical supply chain and operations in biopharmaceuticals. I worked across medical device engineering, co-founded an enterprise software company, and now building a nature tech venture studio. Together, we've continuously strived for a healthy, conscious lifestyle. We love staying active in nature, eating well, balanced, diverse foods, building a home and community, and stewarding Danica and Enzo into this world. Our experience navigating pediatric cancer became a wake-up call for us, from managing systems built to treat disease to totally reimagine healthcare and our built environments designed around people, nature, and future generations. So this is our transformation story, from professionals inside Western healthcare to humble students of life, energy, and wholeness. Enzo and Danica have very much become our teachers, guiding us to reimagine what's possible, not just for our family, but for all families seeking to care for whole child in body, mind, and spirit. It is certainly a journey where health knows no boundaries. So all within the last few years, we encountered the unexpected and challenging death of a father, personal health and spiritual challenges, environmental health risks, and the COVID crisis. This all surrounded the birth and early years of our second child, Enzo. At age 3, he would be diagnosed with stage 4 high-risk neuroblastoma. We would later learn through our constellation of caregivers that Enzo has no genetic predispositions for this cancer. He carries high human sensitivity and potentially past life traumas. Considering all the information we've gathered thus far, we believe a perfect storm of spiritual and environmental stressors affected Enzo deeply. And we continue to wrestle with the reality of these potential root causes and simply how to address them. We made a quick decision to enroll in COG's ongoing clinical trial and were randomized to the experimental arm that included dinutuximab, the immunotherapy. It also included chemotherapy, surgery, stem cell transplant, radiation, all followed by more immunotherapy. Within the first few weeks, we urgently interfaced with experienced parents, studies, and resources around the world, and all of Stanford's world-class pediatric doctors, specialty teams, and resources for which we are extremely grateful. Due to our limited time and energy as parents and the scope of COG's services, though, we had to move forward with a full-time, year-long process with a few critical unresolved questions and challenges. One being the lack of root cause analysis and a bias towards treating disease, controlling symptoms, and reliance on conventional pharmaceutical trials. Fragmented access to integrative, less toxic options, and conventional calories nutritional support. And lastly, just simply overwhelming effort, myself and a small team to research, advocate, and present viable options for family-led, low toxicity care. We took full use of Stanford's multidisciplinary and integrative support teams. However, we were still left caring for more. We increased our support network, we continued local nature outings, and significantly reduced our working hours to be present and energized for each other. We are using locally vetted integrative practitioners to integrate the wisdom of biogeometry, Taoist healing, body talk, Ayurveda, TCM. From our home environment, we harmonized electromagnetic radiation sources, installed a central heat pump for continuous clean airflow, replaced all potential toxic household products, and installed regenerative landscaping. We just threw everything at this that we could. For food, the whole family eats well-balanced meals of home-cooked, seasonal, and local organic foods, and we sourced the whole food formula for Enzo when a feeding tube was needed. Enzo's response and recovery is just wholly inspiring. Just another day being a kid, moving through periods of extreme pain, exhaustion, bodily changes, relentless monitoring, new faces and emotions. His tumors and signs of disease reduced by 25 to 50% after just the first 3 chemoimmunocycles. He received remission status and a Curie score of 0 after surgery and 5 cycles of chemoimmunotherapy. Despite remission status, though, he also underwent 1 stem cell transplant and 12 doses of radiation. It's worth noting that we elected not to pursue the recommended 2nd stem cell transplant based on toxicity and cost-benefit concerns. He is on track to complete final immunotherapy in November. Notable toxicities so far include hearing loss, likelihood of infertility, iron overload from blood transfusions, and occasional gut and leg pains. If we had earlier access to truly integrative support within the standard of care, we wonder if Enzo and our whole family could have experienced less suffering. Now, with hope and attention, we invite collaboration with integrative, holistic, and conventional practitioners to co-create more complete, less toxic, and child-centered healing pathways. not only for Enzo, but for future children and families facing neuroblastoma. So in closing, this is also a call, not just for system change, but for heart-centered care. We believe there's wisdom in both advanced science and ancient systems. And when they're in balance, children like Enzo can thrive more fully. We invite researchers, practitioners, policymakers to expand the field of pediatric oncology to include these integrative and natural approaches, holistic health profiling, and community-based healing. Again, we offer our story with humility and hope, not to blame, but to illuminate what's possible when we remember that health begins with wholeness, and that healing is a collective journey. So, in the spirit of the World Health Congress, it's time to cooperate, collaborate, for each other and for our children and for our home, the planet, Earth. Let's seek what unites us. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kyle, for your insightful presentation. And we appreciate that you had to get up quite early morning today in the US. Thank you for being with us. Thank you, and have a nice day. Goodbye. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker, who is Mr. Lothar Perz from Germany. He is the CEO and the owner of the award-winning Maharishi Ayurveda Health Center situated in the town of Bad Ems. He is a member of the board of directors of the International Maharishi Ayurveda Foundations. He is also the founder and president of the Foundation for the Promotion of Vedic Cultural Heritage in Nepal. Mr. Perz has been appointed as a professor of practice at the University in Pune in India. Now let me welcome Mr. Lothar Perz in our broadcast. Good morning, sir, to Germany.
Good morning to Prague and all the distinguished people there and also those watching online. It's a great honor for me, and I really admire the organizers of this conference for promoting integrative medicine throughout the world and organizing such beautiful conferences every 2 years. It's really a joy for me to connect with you. And I will give you an overview about Maharishi Ayurveda, and for that I will start now to share my screen. Just a moment.
Yes, we can see your screen. Everything is all right.
Okay. Yeah. This is where we have been operating for 34 years in Bad Ems. This used to be the former palace of Emperor Wilhelm I. And we have 70 staff in the clinic, and we have been treating more than 30,000 patients over the last 34 years. The clinic has earned many prestigious national and international awards, and this is our wonderful team here. And Ayurveda, for those who don't know yet, I will also share some basic knowledge. Ayurveda means the science of life or the science of long life. This is a picture of my teacher, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who revived Ayurveda in its completeness with the family traditions of India already 50 years ago. And he had a huge contribution to promote Ayurveda in Western countries and to start and encourage scientific research. So it's a perfect system of healthcare. It's very ancient and it's profound in the Vedas. It is consciousness-based. It's holistic, authentic, effective, reliable, and free from harmful side effects. And it's prevention-oriented, very cost-effective. It's capable of promoting individual and collective health. It's universally applicable, and it's easy to implement. The goals of Ayurveda is, first of all, prevention and restoration of health. And then secondly, cure, but also to promote long life and enlightenment, which means to unfold our full potential. And the ultimate goal, is a disease-free society that is already mentioned in the ancient scriptures. Now, when we look how Ayurveda is defined in Susutra, it says whose doshas are in balance, I will explain in a moment, whose appetite is good, whose dhatus, that means the tissues, are functional normally, whose malas, excretions, are in balance. And now comes a very important part of the definition of health, whose self, mind, senses remain full of bliss. He is called a healthy person. To be happy inside is really important to define good health. We know from Vedic knowledge there is an underlying field which is called Samhita, and modern physics calls it the unified field of all the laws of nature. And this Samhita gives rise to the 5 elements that we all know: space, air, fire, and water. And out of these 5 elements, the 3 doshas, we can also say metabolic principles, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, are formed. Vata is responsible for the movement, the transportation, and the communication, and the Shrotas are the body channels. Pitta is responsible for Agni, the digestive fire, the metabolism, and the transformations. And Kapha is giving the structure through the dhatus, the tissues, and is responsible for cohesion and all the water systems in the body. And when they get out of balance, diseases arise in 6 stages. First, the doshas accumulate, then they get aggravated, then they start to disseminate, and then they localize in the weakest point of our physiology before they finally manifest and disrupt. And modern medicine, in spite of all the great advancements and all the technology, is only available to detect diseases from the Ayurvedic point at stage number 4 or 5. So when we detect the diseases before they manifest, they can be much more easily treated. And one way of doing it is the full knowledge of pulse diagnosis, which is called Nadi Vigyan. And Maharishi has developed beautiful courses. This knowledge in its completeness is not taught in Indian universities and colleges. And with the family traditions of India, Maharishi revived it and made systematic courses that the doctors can learn it easily. Now, when we detect diseases, we have many treatment modalities, mental approaches, physical approaches, behavioral approaches, and even approaches from the environment. From the mental side, we recommend transcendental meditation because it comes from the same tradition. And there are also treatments with the Vedic sounds. There are herbal medicines. Diet is very important. Diet is so important that it says in Ayurveda, if you have the proper herbs, but the wrong diet, the herbs can't work fully. And if you have the proper diet, you don't need the herbs. Then there is a tremendous knowledge about the daily routine, Dilacharya and Ritucharya, also the seasonal routines. Panchakarma, which is the main emphasis of my clinic in Germany, is the detoxification program, yoga postures, pranayama, and many, many more. I'll just go now into a little bit about the treatments that we offer here in Bad Ems and show you just very few of the Panchakarma treatment, the physiological purification. The purpose of Panchakarma is to purify the channels of the physiology so that the intelligence can flow to each cell of the body, and also to re-establish the connection between the body and the inner intelligence, which is the source of health, our Atma, our self. It was found that the environmental toxins, for those of you who haven't heard about Panchakarma, people come here usually for 10 days or 2 weeks. And first they have a change of diet. vegetarian and the first few days without fat, and then they get some oil massage and some steam baths. We have about 30 different massage types that we're offering here. And the diet is tailored to the different phases of the treatment. And we are working a lot with oils. And we know there are two kinds of toxins, water-soluble toxins and fat-soluble toxins. And the fat-soluble toxins, pesticides, herbicides, and heavy metal, they have a half duration time of 25 years if we wouldn't take new toxins through the air and the water and the food. So they're very difficult to remove. And in this study, there were about 50 people going through the 12 days Panchakarma treatment, and the control group just had a organic vegetarian diet and health education. And blood samples were tested to another university before and after treatment. And it was shown that 10 pesticides and herbicides were reduced after the Panchakarma by 58%. This is really highly significant. It's a blind study. The professors didn't know what the people were doing. We have seen general improvements in health, like more energy, vitality, better appetite, better sleep, better emotions, less complaints. We have seen that tensions, depression, anger, and fatigue are reduced significantly. This university study was done in Freiburg by Dr. Waldschütz, and there were 82 people going through the Panchakarma treatment, and they have seen that there was a significant reduction in the harmful cholesterol by 10.5% after the treatment, which means the risk factor for getting a heart attack was reduced by 21%. Even the free radicals, which are extremely difficult to remove, they are reduced after the Panchakarma treatment. Basically, we can treat all kinds of chronic disorders. We don't have much to offer for acute diseases. If somebody has a heart attack, he needs to go to the doctor, to the hospital. But for the chronic diseases like cardiovascular disorders, digestive disorders, metabolic problems, joint and spinal disorders, respiratory diseases, allergies, skin diseases, neurological disorders, we have very good results. I can tell you that 70% of our clients come by word of mouth. I just show you now some of the research that was done on the transcendental meditation technique, which is a very simple technique practiced twice a day for 20 minutes, which gives a level of rest that is twice as deep as during the deep sleep. And it says in the yogas, it comes from the ancient yoga tradition. And yoga is defined by one of its founders, Maharishi Patanjali, as Yoga Chitti Vritti Nirodha, the settling down of the mind. And lots of studies were funded in America by the National Institutes of Health, increased lifespan, reduced heart failure, reduced hypertension, and about 700 studies were published around the world in 200 independent universities. They can all be seen here in these collected papers of scientific research. It shows that the meta-analysis here shows the respiration rate, the skin resistance goes down, showing that the rest is twice as deep as during sleep. This study was done by the biggest health insurance company in America, Blue Shield Blue Cross. They have 500,000 members in Iowa, out of which 2,000 practice TM. The study was conducted over a period of 5 years, and they have shown that hospital admissions for heart diseases went down by 87%, cancer treatments by 56%, and nervous disorders even by 94%. This is a study from a Canadian health insurance, and a few hundred people started to learn transcendental meditation when you see here in the line. And you see the control group, the expenses went up, and with the meditating group, they went down from the moment they started to practice transcendental meditation. TM is compared to other meditation forms much more effective to reduce fear and anxiety. This study was done with Afro-Americans who have been suffering with hypertension for more than 20 years, and that TM was 4 times more effective than progressive muscle relaxation and 7 times more effective than the combination of diet and exercise. And because of so many studies, the American Heart Association has just recently endorsed to all the cardiologists in America to recommend transcendental meditation. The aging process is slowed down when we meditate twice a day for 20 minutes. And I just wanted to show you a short video from America. During COVID, they introduced transcendental meditation in more than 100 hospitals around the country, and they did 8 formal research studies on that. And the compliance rate was over 90%, and the people, even at home, they enjoyed this transcendental meditation so much that they continued at home. And they found there was a reduction in burnout, emotional exhaustion, anxiety, and also depression went down and insomnia went down. I have prepared a little video for you, but I just see the time is a little bit short. So I will give you the website at the end that you can watch the video with testimonies from the doctors and nurses. TM is also used in America by the Pentagon for war veterans to reduce PTSD. And TM is really very simple and everybody can learn it. You will get a website where you can get more information. Also, there is a lot of research done on the food supplements, these herbal preparations, like the side effects of chemotherapy, ladies going through chemotherapy after breast cancer. You see here the 6 cycles in the case of vomiting. The side effects for those who took this herbal preparation, Amrit Kalash, was reduced by about 50%. It's very important that these herbal preparations, that they are safe. And Maharishi Ayurveda products have really set a standard for the world with all the certifications. Now, what is the situation in Europe so far? Regarding the recognition of Ayurveda, in Germany, there is an umbrella organization of all the doctors of natural medicine. It's called the Hufeland Society. And they have worked out alternative figures how to reimburse for the private insurances Ayurvedic treatments. In Germany, 90% are mandatory insured, so it's only a very small fraction who can benefit from these insurance policies. And in Germany, we were the first one to start in a hotel. Now there are 1,200 facilities offering these treatments in the German-speaking countries. And in Switzerland, the government has recognized 2 professions, the Ayurveda neuropaths and the Ayurveda therapists. And the Maharishi University, International University in America, has very successful bachelor's and master programs. At the moment, we have more than 600 students enrolled. And there is also a dual degree program, a master in Maharishi Ayurveda and integrative medicine offered by the Slovenia Maribor University. We have a College of Perfect Health in the Netherlands, our capital, where we are offering standardized training for therapists and also for medical doctors. Now for the future, we need much more scientific research that Ayurveda will be recognized. Unfortunately, in Europe, they don't recognize the research done in India and in America. And we would like to see that Ayurveda becomes an inherent part of our modern healthcare system. In Maharishi Ayurveda, we take also into account the architecture. We know that the orientation of a building has a strong influence on the health, and the building has to be aligned to have the best effect perfectly to the natural directions. and only 2 entrances are life supporting, the east entrance and the north entrance. Others have negative effects. And it says in the Ayurvedic scripture that the doctor should know how the house is oriented of the patients. And also, we have something to offer for the global health. It says in Ayurveda that stress leads to disease in individual and epidemics. And therefore, the reduction of social stress is necessary for complete health. And we know that when many people practice transcendental meditation and enjoy the individual benefits, when people come together to practice in big groups, then it can reduce the crime and negative effects in society. There is a long-term study that was done over 17 years in America. We would need a group of 2,000 advanced meditators. And we had it, as you see here in the blue line, for 6 years. And during that time, all the negative values like murder, rape, assault, robbery, they all went down. So we are trying in India to build groups for the whole world. This is one of our facilities in India. We try to create groups of 10,000 people who create peace for the world. And here you find my website. Maybe you find the website of the Heal the Healers of program. Maybe you'd like to take a screenshot of this one. Also to get more information about transcendental meditation and my clinic in Germany and the International Maharishi Ayurveda Foundation. Thank you so much. It was a great joy to present. I'm sorry that I had to rush a little bit through the research, but this was only a very small fraction of what we have to offer, what Ayurveda can offer for the world. I don't know, dear moderator, if there is time for questions.
I'm afraid. Anyway, thank you. First of all, thank you for your contribution to our program. We are quite in time, despite your presentation was a little bit extended. So we didn't have to do anything like that. Anyway, there is no, unfortunately, time for questions. But we will appreciate if you provide us with the video link which you mentioned in your speech, and we can share it also on our websites.
Yeah, if you just share the slide, the previous slide with all the websites, then all the information is there.
Okay, we will do that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Wish
very
you
much.
continued great success of the conference. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, and have a nice day in Bad Ems. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. And moving forward, I am happy to invite Ms. Sarah Klascano from the USA. She's an internationally recognized mind-body expert and a master energy medicine practitioner. She is the founder of the Raizen Energy and the creator of the Raizen Lightwork technique. Sarah's expertise has been featured widely in podcast, radio, and print media. Sarah is also the author of the upcoming book, The Hidden Force Within, to be published this year, or maybe it has been already published. It's an honor to have Ms. Sarah Klascano with us today. Good morning to USA, madam.
Good morning. Good afternoon to you as well. Yes, thank you. I'm so pleased to be here. Take a moment to extend gratitude to the organizers of this wonderful conference and the mission of this conference. It's so important that we gather and talk about how we can improve the healthcare of the world. So this is such a wonderful, I'm honored to be here. I'd like to speak today about transforming patient outcomes and the role that biofield therapy has in integrating with our healthcare.
Yes.
I do routinely work with doctors, both MDs, naturopathic doctors, as well as holistic doctors, to address the gap in our medical care in mind, body, energy, and the biofield. When we incorporate these factors, we find that people get better from things that are not responding to treatment of all kinds. And so this gap is important that we focus upon it. I'd like to take just a moment and talk about some of the successes that we've had in the USA in integrative and holistic care. It is a massive industry that is growing and projected to continue to grow at a 23% growth. 72% of hospitals offer some type of integrative care. That might be meditation, it might be Reiki energy work, it might be offering an acupuncture clinic. This is really an amazing number. We obviously want to grow this number and increase the energy that is given to these centers. Sometimes they are quite small, but this is a wonderful number. I think it's a sign of change. Many people in the United States, consumers, are seeking out integrative treatments. And this number is growing, up from 19% in 2002 to 36% in 2022, and is expected to continue to grow. Meditation and yoga are widely accepted and are, of course, amazing ways to calm the nervous system and improve receptivity to all types of treatment. And even physiological self-help. People are seeking out ways to improve their health. Continuous glucose monitoring is a absolutely booming industry, and even people in their 20s are seeking out, young adults are seeking out this information to try to optimize their health. Drip bars, which are IV therapy, non-prescription IV therapy, are becoming common as well. So there's a real opportunity for providing tools that people can use to boost their healthcare. They are hungry for this information. What I'd like to talk to you today about is some principles of quantum biofield therapy and how we can integrate this into our medical care. We know, the medical system knows that we have an energy system. It's just not trained in our medical training. We've measured the health of the energy system through EKGs for over 100 years. The EEG is measuring the energy system of the brain. Nerve conduction studies are measuring the energy flowing through the nervous system. So it's well acknowledged that we have an energy system and a biofield. Our medical system just doesn't know how to work with it. We can actually use therapeutic frequencies to influence this, which of course has not been very measurable, but the technology is catching up. We now have some quantitative ways to measure the subtle energy in the body, and I think that is going to help our medical system understand the opportunity. At least in the United States, our Western medicine system does not have the time. The doctors do not have time. They are not taught. They don't have the knowledge of the impact of the biofield on health and healing. And they don't have tools, most importantly. So without these resources and with only a 15-minute appointment to address all aspects of care, there's really not a way in the current medical system for doctors to deliver this healing. We know about the mind-body energy link in the medical literature. We have the Kaiser study that proves that traumatic experiences, stress, and experiences in early life lead to the leading causes of death later in life, and that was actually correlated. The more exposure, the more risk. We know of the widowhood effect and the broken heart syndrome, which also prove the importance and the acute impact of the energy field, the mind, the body on our physical health, even to cause death. So we know that this is important. There is much research that proves these links between our physiology and our mind, our body, and our energy state. There's obviously much more than just this, but this is just a sample. So we know that the body stores energy that disrupts its function. We know that experiences earlier in our lives can impact our physiology. Trauma, belief systems that have been accumulated, periods of significant stress, any kind of stress, physical stress, infections, injuries, surgeries, accidents, mental stress, overload of work stress. We know that has a direct link with cardiovascular disease and more. Emotional stress. And then infections, toxins, injuries, all of these exposures can be stored in the body and affect the body's energy that then can impact our ability to respond to therapies. And the mechanism for this is really that we are disrupting the body's ability to heal by all of this disruption that is stored that the body must work around. So we typically have an overloaded immune system, a nervous system that cannot downregulate, an endocrine system that is out of balance, and all of this leads to an increased likelihood of disease and a decreased ability for the body to respond to the treatments that are pursued, whether they're holistic or medical. So if we are able to free this stored energy, we can bring healing to the body. And biofield therapy is an amazing way to do that. It has been proven in the medical literature to improve outcomes, to extend life expectancies. And it can be delivered both through in-person means, but also distance. And the distance piece is what I am passionate about, because I believe we can equip ourselves with tools that make a big difference, that are accessible and low cost. And that is the digital piece, which I'm excited to share. Now, the biofield therapy integrates and complements medical care. That's the other major benefit. There is no conflict. It does not replace medical care or holistic care of any kind. It really it strengthens the body organically at the foundation. We are improving the body's ability to respond and to heal. And so it's really integrative and complementary to all other therapies. There is no side effect, there are no interactions, even with other energetic healing means such as acupuncture. And we're really looking at improving the response by calming the immune and nervous systems. This is one of the primary mechanisms. By improving communication within the body, by reducing inflammation, normalizing that HPA axis and the body's stress response, by improving emotional and mental well-being, by decreasing past traumas, by neutralizing their effect. And all of this without having to relive, without years of therapy, can be done quickly and easily. Some of these tools also allow a patient to help themselves, which can also be very empowering when you're going through a major health crisis. And then, of course, as our energy is shifted, as our nervous system calms, we are able to better follow prescriptive care, whether that be a lifestyle change that we need to make, or whether that be some sort of therapy. There are many types of energy blocks. Due to our limited time, we'll go through these at a high level, but I just want to highlight some. There is generational trauma that can travel through our families, and there's some really exciting research showing that this has been measurable. For instance, survivors of the Holocaust, two or three generations down, have shown methylation abnormalities that can be traced to that exposure. So we know that generational trauma plays a role, and biofield therapy is a way to negate or neutralize the effect of this within our body and within our epigenome. Our childhood exposures, we talked about those childhood ACEs in the Kaiser study, has been proven, but this is absolutely a well-known fact, but we can neutralize the impact of these exposures on the physiology. We can actually remove the blocked energy that is activated and neutralize the impact on the immune and nervous systems, the cardiovascular system, all body systems, really. childhood environment really matters. We absorb thought patterns, how we view the world, how we express our emotions, our ability to navigate stress, and our resilience. If we are hypervigilant, all of this is determined by our childhood exposure. This is something else that we can neutralize and improve through biofield therapy. And past injuries and illnesses can leave a mark on the body in the form of biofield disruption, and biofield therapy can repair and help the immune system repair, the nervous system repair, and even the physical tissues to improve based on using biofield therapy to improve the communication within the body and remove blockage. And it really results in pretty immediate results of decreased pain and improved vitality. Many difficult life experiences, trauma play a role in our ability to heal or not heal. Difficult relationship breakups, divorces, victimization. Many of these types of traumas really do affect the body if it was not fully processed at the time. And so biofield therapy offers a unique way to neutralize the energy of these factors that is impacting the physical body, the physiology, and the neurochemistry without years of therapy. We can do this quickly and easily without reliving stress. All right. So in clinical, normally we have different ways of utilizing biofield therapy. Professional referral has been the most common way to deliver healing, having a session with a professional therapist. The pros are that it's very focused and customized to the patient's needs. The cons are that it requires a lot of commitment and cost from the patient. It is more costly, it is not covered by insurance, and it can be hard to find clinically focused practitioners who know how to apply biofield therapy to get clinically significant healing. Self-use tools are fairly available. We know of EFT, emotion code, meditation. There are lots of self-help tools. They are accessible, they are low cost. The con is that they're not always able to get clinically significant results. They're not usually health focused on disease. And it can be a little bit difficult to see blocks for the patient to know how to use those tools for themselves. Some are more accommodating than others, but then if they're more general, they can be less directed. So this is a con. And then patient commitment as well can be an issue if there's not accountability. Self-healing courses are another way to teach patients tools, to have a tool to use to empower someone through knowledge. The pro is its focus. They can obtain a life skill. It can really be customized. The con can be, again, the patient's ability to deliver this for themselves. It can require a little more investment on the patient's part, but it is probably lower than using private services. So this is also another option. What I am passionate about talking about is that there is another way that we can deliver biofield therapy through digital means. And these can be readily available self-help tools that are expert while being accessible. So definitely accessible and low cost. This is a way to receive healing that you don't have to create yourself. You don't have to learn how to do it yourself. You can just receive it through digital means. And not live, by the way. This is not virtual. We're talking about digital. And cons are that the patient has to be willing to help themselves. The other barrier is that this is innovative. It is a new technology, and so it's something that folks are not familiar with. So there are many different ways to integrate biofield therapy into medical treatment plans to boost patient outcomes. Definitely this in my own practice, we have used this in group and individual healing in my own business. We have equipped patients with at-home self-help tools they can use when they need it. And we have used this as a prescriptive tool, as an adjunct to other care. So when, especially for digital products, when a patient is not responding to treatment, in conjunction with their other therapies, this is something they can use to manage symptoms when they feel a need, when they are between sessions with their healthcare practitioner, when they have anxiety before a scan. Any of these times are a perfect time for a digital tool that can be used as a self-help. All right, and so I really believe by working together, we can improve patient outcomes. We can integrate mind, body, energy healing that makes a real difference for patients. And we need to come together to continue to innovate and build the knowledge and the availability of these tools, both for patients as well as for doctors and practitioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution to our program. And I've just a little question. You mentioned that the practitioner in US, they don't have any idea about the mind-body procedures. And my question is whether it has been changing within the time during your practice, whether you see some progress in this case.
Yes, there is definitely awareness and knowledge so functional medicine is a very popular area of study for both people looking to be health coaches, for practitioners. Functional medicine and integrative medicine is growing tremendously in our country. So it's actually, there is more and more awareness. And my goal is to equip doctors and patients with mind-body energy tools they can use that are clinically focused and that get results. So, acupuncture is actually becoming covered by insurance in the United States in some insurance plans. Chiropractic care can be covered by insurance in some medical plans. Integrative centers are popping up all over the country, especially in the Cleveland Clinic, where we have truly integrative care, where all sorts of mind, body, energy tools are used. So for clarity, definitely this is available, but you have to seek it out, and you won't find it if you go to your local community hospital, most likely. So I don't know what the percentage is of physicians and healthcare practitioners that are more holistic and view, where you can get holistic care, whole body care. But the awareness is increasing, and it's something that I think we have to keep building on. But there's tremendous opportunity and there's tremendous progress. So I think it's something to be very excited about, and something that we want to keep working toward.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you to the USA for your presentation and for sharing your ideas. Thank you and have a nice day. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is facing some technical problems with connections. So I am kindly asking you for your patience, and we will have I believe, a short break, and we will come back in a few moments. Thank you.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Hello everyone, we are back and we are happy you are watching us. Our next session will be led by Dr. Radhika Injamuri from India. She is a pediatrician with a medical doctor degree in Ayurveda as well as with a PhD diploma. She serves as an associate professor of the Ayurvedic Medical College in Karnataka. Her academic journey also includes specialized training in Yale University and from the University of Colorado system. She brings 9 years of teaching experience and 12 years of clinical practice with a strong focus on child health care. She has published 20 journal articles and presented at numerous national and international conferences. Dr. Injamuri is not online with us. Anyway, she provides us with her pre-recorded presentation. So please, let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Radhika Injamuri, PhD Scholar, Department of Kraumavidya, Sri Sri College of Ayurvedic Science and Research Center, Sri Sri University, Cuttack, Odisha, India. It is my privilege to present today on the topic that lies at the intersection of modern medicine and ancient wisdom. Let us begin by understanding the challenges of cognitive impairment in cerebral palsy. The title of my presentation is Enhancing Cognitive Outcomes in Cerebral Palsy, Integrating Traditional Medicine. These are the contents of my presentation, which includes introduction, material and methods, result, discussion, conclusion, and references. The introduction. Cerebral palsy is a permanent disorder related to movement and posture caused by abnormal brain development or damage to the developing brain, typically occurring before, during, or shortly after birth. The condition affects muscle control, coordination, and balance, often leading to a motor impairment and cognitive challenges. The prevalence is 4 per 1,000 live births at present. The children with cerebral palsy exhibit symptoms like visual, hearing, speech, cognitive impairment, behavioral abnormality, drooling of saliva, feeding difficulties, communication difficulties, and delayed milestones. Also, a lack of attainment of higher mental functions, which in turn lead to a burden on the families and society. Multi-system involvement in cerebral palsy makes its management symptomatic, such as speech therapy, occupational physiotherapy, medication, surgery. Apart from all, the impact over the current rehabilitation interventions are limited. This paper explores cognitive enhancement, assessing its effectiveness in promoting cognitive growth over the Ayurvedic interventions. So, what is a cognition? It comprises of mental capabilities involved in perception, memory, attention, language, problem solving, and executive functions. In cerebral palsy, this impairment is common and significantly impacts academic achievement, social integration, and the overall quality of life in a child suffering with cerebral palsy. In an Ayurvedic perspective, cognition involves Dhi, which is intellect, Dhriti, retention, Smriti, memory. Imbalances of dosha affects the mana and its functions. Therapies aims at balancing these doshas and improving the intellect of the child. These are the materials and methods used for this study, which includes Panchabhautika Gritha, given in the form of Nasya, that is installation of drops intranasally once in a day once in a day with a dosage of 2 drops morning on empty stomach for 30 days. And the assessment is done through May's motor free compilation. So this is how the result is being seen in the children related to the parameters taking into the consideration of the awareness, imitation, attention, visual memory, language comprehension and the communication. So you can see the result in a pie chart representing these different parameters, and these were being assessed on day 1, 30th day and on the 60th day, which is a follow-up. And these are the parameters which are included in May's motor free compilation, which include social and communication subscales, language comprehension subscales, cognitive subscales. So coming to the disease, cerebral palsy can be understood as Vata Pradhana Tridoshaja Vyadhi and Shiro Marmamigata Vata Vyadhi. And Panchabhautika Grita consists of Ushnavirya Dravyas, hence Ushnavirya acts as a Kafahara. And the Madhur Rasa, which works as which acts on the Indriya Prasadakara, means sensory organ nourishing, and it also nourishes all the doshas at cellular level and eliminates especially the Pitta doshas. Snigdha Guna, which is present in the Grita, acts as a Vatahara, and it acts as a Bala Varnakara, which promotes the strength and complexion of the child. Vipaka is assessed finally after the complete metabolism of the drug, and through the final effect of the drug, Madhura Vipaka nourishes the Saptadhatu. So this is how the drug has been planned. And the contents of these drugs are having a Jivani Dravyas, like the drugs which are having the active components in Glycyrrhizia glabra, such as glycerin and flavonoids, which are believed to contribute to its neuroprotective and cognitive enhancing effects. And also this drug like Vitis vinifera extract significantly had shown improvement in a cognitive function and has shown improvements in the memory, attention and the language skills. Added with the preparation is done with the Grita, that is the ghee, which is a lipophilic nature of Grita, circulates the therapeutic benefits of the drugs into the cells, including the brains, as it is able to cross the blood-brain barrier. Due to samskarasya anuvarthanat and yogavahi property, medicated Grita plays a potential role in delivering the drug to the brain. And coming to the mode of action of the Nasya, so the pharmacodynamics can be explained by 3 pathways. One is vascular pathway, neurological pathway and diffusion through the mucosa. The vascular pathway, the nasal mucosa is richly supplied with the blood vessels, particularly venous plexuses and the capillaries. The active phytochemical present in the drug gets absorbed through this vascular bed and directly enters the systemic circulation. And coming to this neurological pathway, the nasal cavity is closely associated with the cranial nerves, especially the olfactory and the trigeminal. Molecules present in the drug can reach the brain via axonal transport along the olfactory neurons. And the final path, which is a diffusion through mucosa, the nasal epithelium has a thin mucosal layer and it's highly permeable to lipophilic medications, which can diffuse across cell membranes of the mucosa and thereby reaching the lymphatic circulation. The therapy cleanses and opens the channels of the head, which is acting on kapha avarana, thereby removing the process of oxygenation, improving the oxygenation, that is pranavayu improvement happens, which has a direct influence on the functions of the brain. And as this comes as a Snehananasya and Brahmanasya, which is said as best for Vata Vyadhi, and especially Shiromarmabhigata Vata Vyadhi, which is what cerebral palsy is. Coming to the conclusion, early cognitive intervention enhances the social interaction of the child and brings the child into a emotional are thought to enhance the cognitive function through the properties of the ingredients acting as a neuroprotective, improving neurotransmittory function and enhancing the brain plasticity. This case report reflects that an early interference of therapy can revitalize the functions of sense organs, which in turn enhances cognition. Cognitive impairments can have a negative impact on motor development in cerebral palsy by affecting the ability to learn, to adapt to the different situations and to follow the instructions or the feedback which are being given to the child to make them learn different activities. So hence cognitive impairment can also limit the exposure of diverse and stimulating experiences that can promote the motor learning and skill acquisition. Therefore, it is essential to understand the impact of cognition in relation with development in cerebral palsy. So this is how and this comes to the end of the presentation. So these are the references of the presentation. And I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
So this was Dr. Inja Muri and her contribution to our program. We thank her very much. And now I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Amy Swan from the United Kingdom. With her Master of Science degree in Nutrition and Lifestyle from the University of Worcester, she is a registered nutritional therapist specializing in fertility and hormone health. She is the founder of her own Amy Swan Nutrition, where she provides evidence-based nutrition and lifestyle support for individuals and couples facing challenges such as infertility, polycystic ovary syndrome, endometriosis, and male fertility. Let me give a warm welcome to Ms. Amy Swan as she shares her expertise with us today. Good morning to UK.
Hello, good morning. How are you? Thank you so much for having me today. I'll just share my presentation. Okay, firstly, thank you so much for including me in today's presentations. It really means a lot. I thought I would start with some media headlines which have featured globally in recent years around the status of male fertility. And these are just some of the extracts. I won't read all of them, but sperm concentration has declined 50% in 40 years. So that's from the Washington Post in 2017. There's another one here, falling sperm counts threaten human survival. That's from a UK newspaper, The Guardian, in 2021. Then there's another one here, why aren't we dealing with the last infertility taboo? It might be male. That's again from October, from a UK newspaper in 2024. And what I really wanted to do here was to draw attention to the increasing public recognition of declining male fertility, albeit, still very few men are probably aware of just how fragile their fertility is. And as someone who had their own fertility journey, and I'm sure there's several of you in the audience who may have experienced some infertility, I do think it's something that we should be talking about more openly. So that's really just setting the scene for what I'm going to be talking about today and what's the subject of today's presentation. So myself and Miranda, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, we wanted to look at male fertility, specifically the role of dietary supplements on oxidative stress and the impact on sperm parameters in infertile men. And it is worth just noting at this point that this is the only meta-analysis that we're aware of that specifically looks at several specific supplements with specific doses and their impact on specific male infertility parameters. And I think this just highlights the need for more good quality research into male fertility and infertility. There was a recent meta-analysis that came out this year, but that looked more at live birth rates and the role of supplements around pregnancy outcomes, which is obviously slightly different to this. So just taking a minute to look at the statistics here. So 1 in 6 people globally experience infertility. So that is approximately 1 in every 6 people of reproductive age worldwide experiencing infertility in their lifetime, which is quite a shocking statistic. So it affects approximately 17.5% of the adult population, and that equates to approximately 1.4 billion people worldwide. So what exactly is infertility? So the World Health Organization describe it as a disease of the male or female reproductive system, defined by the failure to achieve a pregnancy after 12 months or more of regular unprotected sexual intercourse. And I think it's safe to say that infertility is generally associated with women. However, it is actually male fertility that is declining faster than expected. So sperm count has declined 50% since 1973. And that equates to about a 1 to 2% drop per year, and that continues globally. So it's expected that between around 2035 and 2045, sperm count will be in the critical threshold, according to the World Health Organization. So normal total sperm count for reproduction is about 39 million sperm per ejaculation. So that would be anything below that, which would be considered insufficient for adequate fertility and reproduction. And it is just worth noting that male infertility is caused by several factors, but it is generally includes one or a combination of low sperm concentration, weak sperm motility, or abnormal morphology. And I think most of us will know that oxidative stress is increasingly a factor linked with several human diseases such as Alzheimer's, diabetes, and chronic inflammation. And what Miranda and I really wanted to do is we felt there was a greater need for understanding how oxidative stress is impacting male fertility. So what we wanted to do was to look at how supplements can support optimal sperm health in those experiencing infertility, because there is existing evidence that suggests dietary supplements may improve sperm oxidative stability. And that led us to this systematic review and the meta-analysis, which investigates the effects of dietary supplements on oxidative stress and their role in enhancing sperm parameters. So you'll see on the screen here the inclusion criteria, which I won't spend too much time going over. But what we wanted to do was, with the systematic review, was to establish a robust and reliable evidence for the inclusion in the meta-analysis. We used 4 databases, which culminated in 5 parallel randomized control trials. And there was common criteria between each trial. For example, each participant partaking, they undertook regular intercourse with a partner who had undergone their own fertility checks without any known issues, but who had resulted in no pregnancy outcomes. There also was a minimum of 3 days of abstinence from intercourse or ejaculation prior to starting the trial. And importantly, each participant had a healthy body mass index. And there was the inclusion of a control group who also consumed an identical looking placebo. So what came out of that systematic review were 9 outcomes to process through the meta-analysis. So these were sperm concentration, forward progressive motility, total motility, morphology, semen volume, total sperm count, reactive oxygen species levels, total antioxidant capacity in semen, MDA levels in semen. So it really was a very good broad spectrum. And the methodology for this research utilized the Cochrane's risk of bias tool for assessing quality alongside the grade assessment. We used a randomized effects meta-analysis using standardized mean differences alongside the a 95% confidence intervals. And the software we used to run the meta-analysis was Review Manager. So the systematic review, and I mentioned that we had the 5 studies, concluded with 359 participants, all taking a supplement for a period of 12 weeks. And the supplements included were lycopene, found in foods such as red fruits and cooked tomato produce, alpha lipoic acid or lipoic acid, which can be found in foods such as spinach or broccoli and red meat, DHA and vitamin E, which can be found in things like fatty fish and leafy greens. And then finally, coenzyme Q10, which can be found in things like organ meats, fatty fish, and whole grains. And the results were, quite strong in that we ended up with improvements with sperm concentration, for progressive motility, total sperm count, total antioxidant capacity, and MDA levels. There were no significant changes for sperm morphology, semen volume, or reactive oxygen species levels. And it is worth just noting that there were mixed heterogeneity amongst the studies. So one study rated high, the majority rated moderate, and 2 rated low. So obviously I'm, quite biased, but I do think that this is quite exciting research, but it is, it's a meta-analysis that highlights the role of specific supplements for specific male infertility factors, which doesn't really currently exist. For example, if you have a male that presents to clinic with a semen analysis identifying a particular issue such as poor sperm concentration, we now have a dose and a supplement to support that concern. For example, sperm concentration, 200 milligrams of coenzyme Q10 and 25 milligrams of lycopene for a period of 12 weeks, we know has been shown through the meta-analysis to improve a man's sperm concentration. And it really is a great starting place to develop further research from in the future. And it is, absolutely our intention to try and build on this going forward in the future. So just looking lastly at where that leaves us, and to summarize, I think in the context of practitioners, the research shows that rather than relying on generic male fertility supplements, we now have targeted evidence-based doses of specific nutrients supported by the meta-analysis, which can meaningfully improve sperm parameters for someone who's facing male infertility. And for practicing nutritional therapists like myself, this really does support the value of personalized nutrition and lifestyle strategies to really optimize male fertility outcomes. And, this research is very important in a field that's increasingly affecting people worldwide. And if we look at the statistics that we ran through and the potential decrease in male fertility, I do think there will be a greater role for a personalized approach. And to date, there is no other meta-analysis that's really examined this issue in this detail. And, the studies are exciting, but they are still only based on 5 studies. So they remain preliminary, and we hope that this provides a foundation for future studies to build upon going forward. So that actually brings me to the end of my presentation. I'd like to say thank you for listening, and I've put myself and Miranda's email details in the bottom if you have any questions. And thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you very much. On behalf of our men here in our hall, we thank you for a very insightful and interesting presentation. No questions at the moment, so we wish you a nice day in UK. And
Lovely.
you can, if you want, you can watch our program on YouTube or something like that. Thank you very much.
I
And
will.
goodbye.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
Thank you. And now that is the time for lunch break. The next block of presentation starts at 2:10 p.m., which means this is about 70 minutes from now. And we believe the afternoon program will be inspiring for you as well. For the time being, thank you for watching and see you at 2:10 p.m.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Příběhy z inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our broadcast after the lunch break. This is the hall number 4 of the World Health Congress taking place in Prague. During the second today's block, there are 5 experts to share their expertise with all of us. So, here we go. Our first afternoon speaker is Dr. Suresh Swarnapuri, a distinguished Ayurvedic physician, educator, and leader. He is the president of the Europe Ayurveda Academy in France, the executive director of the Association Ayurveda Academy in London, and the president of the Croatian Ayurveda Association. Dr. Swarnapuri earned his medical doctor degree in Ayurveda with special focus on Panchakarma detox procedure and the subjects of head and neck and neurology. He has extensive clinical, teaching and leadership experience, having worked in Ayurvedic clinics across Europe and India. He received multiple international awards for excellence. Dr. Swarnapuri is not here with us online today. However, he has provided us with his pre-recorded presentation. So, let's start the recording.
Namaste. First of all, I'm very thankful to Dr. Thomas for inviting me to speak for the international conference, which is going to be held in October 2025 in Prague. Unfortunately, I could not travel to Prague due to my earlier fixed schedules in Paris. So, but still I would like to speak on some topic which is very interesting for us to know. The topic is the power of the mind. So the power of the mind is very essential for us to understand. And let's go through the PowerPoint presentations which I prepared. And it's very essential these days about to know your own mind. You know, most of us, we do not know where is our mind, isn't it? So let's explore the power of the mind today. Well, before going to that, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Suresh Swarnapuri, President, Europe Ayurveda Academy, France, and Executive Director, Association Ayurveda Academy, London, UK, and President, Hrvatski Ayurveda Institute, Croatia. So let's go into the topic which we need to discuss today. And Ayurveda explores the mind quite beautifully than most of the psychiatrists does. Let's see how is it. So the first, it says that Ayusho Vedaha Ayurvedaha. Ayush means lifespan, isn't it? Basics of Ayurveda it is. What is the reason for we need to know about Ayurveda and what it makes us to understand what is Ayurveda. The lifespan between, lifespan means it's between the birth and death, the distance traveled by a consciousness with the human body from the birth to the death. It's Ayurveda, isn't it? So in Ayurveda also we call it as Chaturvimsati Purusha. Here, which involves the entire physicality with the mind and the consciousness. Together it's called as Chaturvimsati Purusha. But where does the mind stands in the body? That's the big question. Today there is no measurement which can understand where is the mind, isn't it? The mind is everywhere, as we all know. The mind is everywhere in the body. It's not just in the brain, but it's in everywhere. We have around billions of neurons in the body, in the brain, isn't it? And if you wanted to calculate the neurons in the brain, it takes about 37 years totally. But where does the mind present? Does the mind present in the brain or in the body? According to Ayurveda, it clearly suggests that Hridayasthanam, that means the mind, the seat of the Manas, the seat of the Atma, is present in the Hridayasthana, means the heart. But when you compare to the modern science, it says that it is in the brain. But in Ayurveda, it says that it is in the heart. Yes, we all know that the heart is a tubular structure. Yet, there is other side of the heart where you can find Manas, that is mind, and the Atma, that is consciousness, present in the heart. So we begin today with the topic with understanding that the mind is present in the, basically in the heart. Also, it's present all over the body, because even though you don't see anything, the body can see, because it has got mind. It can perceive. Perception is another integral aspect of the mind, perceiving through the sensory organs. Skin is also a sensory organ, isn't it? Skin perceives. Skin not only it is a it understands the thermoregulatory, but also because the mind is present in the skin, we could also think skin also a part of sensory system, isn't it? Sensory system, isn't it? Right. So let's go to and of course we all know these basic structures of what is Ayurveda and what for it is, happiness, unhappiness. I don't want to go into the details. Let's go into the mind directly. We all know the goal of Ayurveda, swasthasya swasthyaksha rakshana matrasya prakara visamanam. We all know that. So I don't want to go in details of that. The goal of the Ayurveda is to protect the healthy person and also to bring back the diseased person to the normal state. That's the goal of Ayurveda. We all know that. So let's not discuss about that too much. Now, this is a very important part. When you wanted to understand the mind, you need to understand which Mahabhuta plays a role. Mind is emptiness, isn't it? There is no physical shape for a body, for a mind. And there is no shape for the consciousness. Can we see the mind? No. So what is its could be related to? It is Akasha Mahabhuta, which is empty. Mind is also empty, isn't it? Mind is also empty. So how does the Pancha Mahabhutas place on the mind? It's very important for us to understand, isn't it? So let's see the Pancha Mahabhutas. We all know Prithvi, Ap, Tejo, Vayu, Akasha. That's 5 Mahabhutas, which makes the human body part of the universe, isn't it? Yada Pinde, Tada Brahmande, we say. We all know these are the basic things. Everybody knows this by this time. So let's go to the other part here. So we know that Buddhi, I always joke that when you are above the level of your intellect, you become Buddha. When you are below the intellect, then you become a fool. The intellect becomes a landmark for the decision taking by human beings. It's an intellect process, isn't it? Intellect, it's present in the mind, isn't it? Intellect, it's a continuity process of the information which is received from the mind. So here it says that intellect and discrimination. Of course, we all know that intellect is for the discrimination, isn't it? Manas, ahankara, chitta. Chitta is the consciousness. Manas is the externally presented, which is externally, if you see all our 5 sensory organs, they are externally projected, isn't it? None of them are introverted. None of them are connected to the internal organs. There is no connection between the external 5 sensory organs within the internal organs, isn't it? It could have been fantastic if they are connected within our body. Unfortunately, it is not connected. That's the whole problem. That's why connecting internal, the only way to connect inside our body is the process of meditation, process of yoga, process of pranayama, all these things which makes us to connect inside. Otherwise, we are connected externally. People are suffering because of the connecting with the outer world. That comes, can we say manas, the mind is the essential part of the infrastructure of the body? Yes, it's a basic infrastructure of the body. It's an internal organ. Yet it is projected outside the body. So all the sensory organs, whether it's eyes for vision, and for nose for smelling, and ears for hearing and taste, all these things, sensory sensations with the skin, all the perceptions goes through the mind. Without the mind, you can't perceive. Okay, structurally, physiologically, we may think when you see an object, the visual process goes into the brain. In the brain, it will become transformation. But who does this? Who does these things? It is the mind which discriminates the perceptions of whatever we have perception outside the body, isn't it? So let's see the manas. This is an importer. Manas is an importer. It brings all the information from the outside to the body. Then if there is no mind, we cannot do any activities at all. All the physiological activities will get stopped. It doesn't matter. You have a consciousness. You have all the heart, brain, everything. If there is no mind, do you function? No, we cannot function because all the things, happiness, unhappiness, sorrow, making these things, families, attachments, everything is coming of the mental construct, it is called as. It's a construction of the mind. So the entire lifestyle process is the construction of the mind. So the mind plays an important role. Does the mind makes you happy? Not necessary. Does the mind makes you unhappy? Most likely, isn't it? So we need to understand the role of the mind actually, isn't it? Now we'll go to the next part. There are two types of, I told you the mind is it's a kind of dual organ, isn't it? Dual organ. Of course, dual organ, Ubhayandriya, it's called as Ubhaya means two. It plays a two role. One is, it connects it for the external world and connects with the internal world. So it is like a kind of, it plays a balancing act between the external world and the internal world, isn't it? Externally, can you see the, yes, externally there is a consciousness is present, but mind cannot perceive the consciousness. But mind works with the consciousness internally. Mind works with the sensory organs externally. Mind works with the consciousness internally. That's why it is both Ubhayendriya. Also, mind is very important for the physical movement of the body. Every action of the body is supported by mind. So all the reflexes takes place in the physical body. It's because of the mind. Suppose I see my mobile here. I say this is my mind goes, my mind says, my mind perceives it is a visual object, right? But my intellect says what it is, what not it is. Can I touch it or not? This discrimination is done by intellect. So then the process of the information goes to the next level is the identity. We call it as ahankara. It's a human body. It is. Ahankara means it's not ego. It's a human body, the identity of a human being, isn't it? Then, because of the mind, we are able to understand the physical process in the body, the movement of the body, locomotion of the body, everything we understand through the mind. So this is very important. For you have an injury, suppose you have an injury to the joint or a hand, anywhere in the body. Without the mind, you cannot understand where is the pain, isn't it? What does it mean? So the mind is present all over the body. If it is only in the brain, then you will not feel any pain in the joints, isn't it? So like that it is. So Jnanendriya, mind is responsible for analyzing the information received. We already discussed about that. That's why it's called as dual role. It works with the motor system. It works with the sensory system, isn't it? So the mind plays an important role between the nervous system and other physical process in the body. But yet, can we see the mind? Physically not possible. But can you observe the mind? Yes. By its actions, we can observe where is the mind. What does it do? I'm speaking to you now. It's my mind which is making me to understand that I need to speak at this level and I need to record this. It is my intellect which make me to talk today, isn't it? That's how the mind functions. And there's the most important here, that's what here again they mention, the connectivity, the connectivity between the mind, intellect, manas, buddhi, ahankara, chitta. Manas, mind, buddhi, intellect, ahankara, identification of a human being. I am Dr. Suresh. This is my identity. Without my identity, I cannot explore the functions of my body. I cannot understand. Nobody can understand what I am. Isn't it? Identification. If I identify I am a Dr. Suresh, still I am identifying who I am, then there is no end for that. Like our Ramana Maharshi says, isn't it? Who I am. That's, of course, spiritual way of understanding. We'll come to the psychophysiological process of the influence of the mind, isn't it? So manas, buddhi, ahankara, chitta. And what is the beauty of mind is it stores the memory, isn't it? Memory is very, very important content in the mind. Outer mind, middle mind, internal mind. Manas, mind, contains the memory, and the intellect can also stores the memory. Also, the identity of a human being stores the memory. But where is the mind is not the present, the area is called as consciousness. It's completely devoid of the memory. That's why we do meditation, to reach the higher state of consciousness where nothing is there, completely emptiness. Absolute state of peace. Whenever you have a memory, there is always a problem. So all the sufferings are related to, are coming out of memory. So that's why rishis and all those people, they practice meditation hours together, years together. They consume very less food, because the meditative process, once you connect to your own consciousness, there is no pain, there is no sufferings, there is no feeling of existence. This is how the rishis were focusing on this. Particularly, can we balance the mind? It's not possible, frankly speaking. We are connected to the mind most of the time, but rishis are connected to the consciousness. That is the difference between us and rishis. We are suffering most of the time because we are connected to the mind. And rishis are peacefully meditating in Himalayas because they are connected to the consciousness. The other point is the sattva, rajas, tamo gunas. These are the three characters, mind and the three characters. We all know this. These are the three gunas. The doshas of the mind are rajas and tamas. Sattva is not a dosha. It is a rajas and tamas, which is, rajas is active form. If there is no rajas, the three are important for our survival. They are not bad. They are important for survival. But if they go out of balance, then becomes the problem. Anything which is moderate, which is always good for the body. That's why in yoga, Ayurveda, it says, Ati yoga, mithya yoga, ayoga. Ati yoga means doing excessively. Mithya yoga means mistakenly doing. Ayoga means not doing at all. The same applies to the rajas, tamas, or sattva gunas. Rajas is especially necessary. Suppose I am talking to you today, it's because of rajasic quality. Otherwise, I cannot talk to you. Isn't it? I'm going to sleep. I'm sleeping because of tamas. If there is no tamas, I cannot sleep, isn't it? So these are all basic qualities of them. But what happens if they go in excess format? Then they create usually problems with the mental disorders, they are mental faculties. Basically, sattva, rajas, tama gunas, they're faculty of mind. Mental faculties they are, isn't it? So like that it is. And of course, sattvic, rajasic, tamasic gunas. Now, vata also relation. We are trying to explain the relation of this vata with the sattvic mind, rajasic mind, and tamasic mind. How the vata is interpretation. We are trying to interpret vata with the sattva. Basically, it's a creative. Vata is very good, actually. It's very good. Without vata, we cannot live. That's why in Ayurveda say, pittam pangu, kafam pangu, pangavo, maladatavaha. Because if there is no vata, rest everything is handicapped. They will not function anymore without was. That's why this relationship with the sattva and vata is a creative, impact, enthusiastic, genuine, all these things. Rajasic, very nervous, anxious, maniac, hyper, all the time worrying. Tamasic is depressed. Most of the psychological problems, bipolar diseases, ADHD, all the problems. It is Pitta, very strong and clear thinking, spiritual teacher, angry, hot-tempered, judgmental, in case of Rajasic, violent and hateful and very aggressive, very vindictive. It's a kind of violent characters we've seen in the Tamasic. We see in our daily life also, we see a lot of people, this kind of vindictive, always taking revenge on others. It's a Tamasic quality. And Kapha, nurturing, peaceful, loving, Kapha is a very more of a kind nature. But in Rajasic, compared to Rajasic, it becomes attached to the things, objects, and stubborn possessiveness. In Tamasic, usually the Kapha is lethargic. It creates lethargy when it is excessive form. Isn't it? Attachment to the pleasures, comfort, Most of the, sometimes we can see these kind of people also. They would like to have a comfort. All the time they are in comfort zone. Isn't it? That could lead to diseases. Kapha rogas, vata rogas, pitta rogas. If it is excess, then we have a vata rogas, pitta rogas, kapha rogas, the diseases. And when it comes to we as we understand Sattva, Rajas, Tamo gunas, we discussed already. Sattva is the highest state of consciousness, isn't it? More peaceful, more calm, and the entire the mind and the brain is in balanced condition. There is a coordination between the mind, body, and consciousness. A perfect, harmonious coordination between the mind, body, and the spirit is sattva. If there is an incoordination between the mind and the body, or mind and the consciousness, or mind, body and the consciousness, body and the mind, then it leads to doshas. That is, those are Rajasic and Tamasic. Pure imbalances it is. Inertia, imbalances, all those things. It's physically, normally healthy people also could have these issues. But when it becomes abnormal, a vata person can become pitta, could get pitta problem. A pitta person could get into the kapha problem. So anything can happen between this when there is an imbalances is going on. And usually, I told you earlier, and there is even this Hatha Yoga, Mithya Yoga, all these things happening, then there is a pure imbalance of vata, imbalance of pitta and kapha takes place. This is a very important area of understanding the influence of Panchamahabhutas over the mind. Very interesting, isn't it? The space, the Akasha Mahabhuta, I told you, the emptiness it is. Our visual, if you see with our mind, if you see with our eye, you can see the object. I can see the mobile, I can see my laptop, I can see my structures, but I cannot see the space between them. Can you see a space? Can you see a emptiness? You cannot see. You cannot see a space, isn't it? There is a space in front of us. There is a space inside us. There is a space above us. There is a space between the two human beings. Can we see the space? No, not possible. That's how the relationship of the Panchamahabhutas present in our body. Right. So the mind is creation primarily of space element. We discussed it now. And a mind coordinating the body and sense. The mind is very important for the, we already discussed about that. And basically mind also makes a Vayu, that's a Vayu Mahabhuta. Influence of Vayu Mahabhuta, they're trying to explain us. It helps us to make emotions, thinking process regarding emotional thinking, all the time, excessive thinking, not thinking. All these actions are related to Vayu. And Agni, how does the Agni has a influence? Fire, how does the fire has influence on the mind. See, we all know Panchamahabhutas acting on the body, in different organs it makes, but many of us do not know the influence of Panchamahabhutas over the mind, isn't it? So the mind has its fine or light through which it can perceive things with. This gives mind quality of illumination and the capacity of misunderstanding. So we are getting the visual process of the objects through the mind. So mind works has the influence of Agni. And water, because of the water quality, water influence, Jala Mahabhuta influence on the mind, we have the quality of emotion, empathy, kindness, feeling. This happens because of influence of Jala Mahabhuta on the mind. Earth. So we have also an earth element, isn't it? It carries the weight of the earth, the memory, attachment to the people, attachment to your home, attachment to your car, attachment to your motorbike, attachment to your money. All this comes because of the earth element influence on the mind. Mind contains also the elements within according to the different qualities we all know. Then the three layers we already discussed earlier, the inner mind and the outer mind, all those things. There is a continued flow of information from the external mind to the internal mind. So they work on daily basis with emotions and all those things. So we understand this, and intermediate mind. There is an intermediate mind. What is it? Mind is it tries to take the information from outside and transfers into the inner mind. That is exactly to the consciousness. The information goes to the consciousness. All the things, see, we perceive through the mind, the objects, visual objects, hearing, sensory, everything. But where do you experience? This is the point nobody knows. In Ayurveda, very clearly it explained, we experience in consciousness. We perceive through the mind, but experiences happens in the consciousness. So intelligence is a part of our consciousness, articulated rationally, and therefore brought to light the greater and unarticulated part of the mind. The deeper the consciousness, the intermediate mind is our capacity to bring outer impressions to the inside and inner tendencies to the outside. So the mind plays a dual role between the external world and internal world. That's what we are trying to understand in this segment. A deeper consciousness, inner mind is almost a deeper consciousness. We discussed about that earlier. And what to do if you have a problem with the mind. Ayurveda very nicely, they suggested psychotherapy. It's called as Sattvavajaya Chikitsa. The entire plan of treating the mind is to bring out from the state of Rajas and Tamas to the state of Sattvic. So because they're excessive they're all in excessive disbalances of Rajasic and the Tamasic to bring back to Sattvic. So for that we have many treatments has been mentioned in Ayurveda. So by improving reading books, gaining knowledges, Jnana Vijnana, learning from intellectuals, this will help one extent. Dhi Dhruti Smriti, and the power of reasoning, power of firmness, constancy, and the power of recollection. This to be maintained by avoiding prajnaparada, means mistaken intellect. Not doing mistakes repeatedly. And it can be achieved by cordial, good relationship with the patients, and chintya, thinking in a proper way and analyzes in a proper way, speculation of knowledge of imaginary objects, dhyaya, distinct thoughts, and sankalpa, decision. These are some psycho-supportive techniques. These are the things we learn, like assurance, guidance, love, suggestions, education, awareness, induction of verbal, physical, and mental shock, replacement of emotions, psychoshock therapy, and recreational therapy. All these things are mentioned like Shirodhara, Abhyanga, Nasya, Karanapurana. All these treatments also acts as a psychotherapeutic procedures. Also, it's mentioned in Bhagavad Gita Abhyasa Vairagyam. Vairagya means dispassion, isn't it? Desires are passion. Vairagya is dispassion. I don't want anything. I don't need anything. That also creates a self-contented. And practicing this, practicing sattvic qualities every day makes you, even mentally, you're much better. Okay? And with this, there are some herbs also available. Brahmi, Sankapushpi, Ashwagandha, all these Jatamamsi, all these herbs makes your mind much more calmer and peaceful. The difference between a psychiatry and psychotherapy in Ayurveda is simple. In psychiatry, they treat the brain for the mind. But in Ayurveda Sattva Chikitsa, we treat only mind and the brain. So we don't disturb the brain cellular structure. But in modern science, the chemicals destroy the brain cells to treat the mind. With this, I would like to once again thank you to Dr. Thomas for giving me this opportunity to present the power of the mind today. And thank you very much from Europe Ayurveda Academy, Association Ayurveda Academy London, and Ayurvedic Ayurveda Association in Croatia. Thank you very much. Namaste.
So that was Dr. Swarnapuri and his valuable contribution to our today's program. And now let me introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Alexandros Telikidis from Greece. As a Western medical doctor, he is specialized in physical medicine and in rehabilitation. He has devoted his career to bridging Western medicine with traditional Chinese medicine. He studied acupuncture and Chinese herbal medicine both in Greece and at Tianjin University of Traditional Chinese Medicine in China. Since 1997, he has practiced and taught in Athens. In 2004, he founded the Academia of Ancient Greek and Traditional Chinese Medicine, dedicated to uniting these two healing traditions. Dr. Telikidis has published also several influential books. His presentation has been pre-recorded as well today, so here we go.
Dear friends and colleagues from the World Health Congress 2025 in Prague, I would like to say my greetings from Greece. My name is Alexandros Telikidis, and I will present you the book, some very small parts from the book of Plato, Timaeus. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Thomas Pfeiffer for his invitation to participate in the Congress, and all the members of the organizing committee, and to congratulate all of you about your work on the topic of health without borders. So we have the book of Plato, Timaeus or Timeo. In this book, this book is very important for the history of philosophy and medicine. In this book, we have a very important description of the creation of the universe and how this is related to human nature. So it is very important for understanding human nature. Timaeus is a book which has influenced human thought, philosophy, and medicine for more than 25 centuries. It was written by Plato after the beginning of the 4th century before Christ. In the famous painting by Raphael around 1510 after Deus from Academia of Plato, we see Plato the older and Aristoteles when he was young, and Plato in this painting, in his left hand, is holding the book Timaeus. In this dialogue of Plato, because it is a book that it is formed in the form of dialogue, in this book of Plato, we have two participants. The first is Socrates. The speech of Socrates is very short and is related to the ideal city. Then we have Critias, and the speech of Critias is longer than Socrates' speech and is related to the very famous Atlantis. What we know about Atlantis is coming from this dialogue of Critias. And at the end, we have the speech of Timaeus, who is a student of Pythagoras and is coming from the South Italy, Magna Graecia, is the longest in the book and is related to the creation of the universe and human beings. So we can say that all this knowledge is coming from the Pythagorean medical and philosophical school, that it was based in South Italy, in the colony of Greece, which the name was Croton. In the paragraph 73, between B and D sections, we have the following description. Bone, flesh, and other tissues were constituted as follows. Their starting point was the formation of marrow. For the bonds of life by which the soul is tied together with the body, being the roots of the mortal creature, are made fast in the marrow, which has itself been formed of other materials. As a kind of universal seed for mortal creatures of every kind, in it he firmly implanted the different kinds of soul. So the God implanted the different kinds of soul that exist in the human body, the different parts is the right word, the different parts of soul that it is implanted in the human body, is implanted these parts of soul in the marrow tissue. So the first part of the human soul is related with the marrow tissue, dividing the marrow in its initial distribution into as many different varieties and the particular forms as it was destined to bear. And Plato continues, and he molded the marrow in a spherical shape, because the spherical shape of the human brain is related with the spherical shape of the universe, because the sun is like a round sphere, and also moon is the same, and also atmosphere is the same, and also water is the same, and also everything is formed in a form of circle in the human body. So we have the spherical shape of the brain and the spherical shape of the scalp that it is around the brain. So they made the marrow, the gods that they create the human being, they made the marrow in a spherical shape that was to contain the divine seed. What is the divine seed? The divine seed is the part of the soul that it is related with not longevity, it is related with the immortal being, because there is a part, according to Plato, in our soul that it comes from the gods and from the creation of the universe, and this immortal part of the soul is the divine part of the soul and is related and is implanted in the first substance of the body, which is marrow, and especially the marrow that it is located in the head. An immortal principle of soul and imitating him, and him is the God, encased it in a mortal physical globe with the body as a whole for vehicle, and they built on to it another mortal part containing terrible and necessary affections. This is the other part of the soul that it is related with the blood, and it has the following characteristics. It is first pleasure, the chief incentive to wrong, then pain, which frightens us from good, furthermore daring and fear, two foolish counselors, and anger, hard to appease, and credulous hope. To this mixture they added irrational sense perception and desire, which shrinks from nothing, and so of necessity composed the mortal element. So our soul, it has at first one immortal element, one immortal part that it is related with God and immortality. And this part is located in the head, in the brain, and there is another mortal part that we will see that this mortal part of our soul, they secure it in the breast, they are the gods, and trunk, as we call it. And since the gods shrank from polluting the divine element with these mortal feelings, more than was absolutely necessary, they settled the mortal element in a separate dwelling in the body, far away from the head, and constructed the neck as a kind of isthmus and boundary between head and breast to keep them apart. The mortal element, they secure it in the breast and trunk. So we go to the second part of the soul, that is the part of the soul which is the seat of courage, anger, and ambition. They located near the head, between midriff and neck, so that it will be well placed to listen to the commands of reason, so close to the logic part of the soul, to listen to the commands of reason and combine with it in forcibly restraining the appetites when they refuse to obey the word of command from the citadel. And also they create the lungs. This was the structure of the lung, which they made soft and bloodless, the lung, full of cavities, like a sponge, so that it would, by absorbing breath and drink, act as a coolant and provide relief and ease to the heat of the heart. The third part of the soul, we have the third part of the soul. The first part of the soul is related with brain, is the logic part, is the divine part, is the immortal part of the soul. The second part of the soul is between midriff and neck and is related with blood and heart, and this is the part of the soul that they call it thymoides and is related with blood. The third part of the soul, the part of the soul that desires food and drink and other natural needs of the body, they located between the midriff and the region of the navel, building in all of this area a kind of cave, a manger for the nourishment of the body. And they secure the part of the soul there like a wild beast, which must be fed with the rest of us if mortals were to exist at all. So we have the three parts of the soul. The first is the logical part of the soul and is related to the brain. In this part of the body, brain, according to Plato, they got implanted the immortal part of the soul and logic, consciousness, logic, brain marrow. So the name of this part is logic, the logic part of the soul. And it has the before mentioned characteristics. The second part is the emotional part, love, fear, sorrow, anger, braveness. This part is implanted in the heart and related to blood, emotion, heart, blood, and the name is thymoides. And the third part is the part that is related to desires. This part is implanted in the area between the diaphragm and umbilicus. This part is related to intestine, desires, intestine. And the name of this part is epithymikon. The correlation between the three parts of the soul and the three parts and the three substances that constitute the human body is the first part of the soul, the logic, is related to marrow that formed in the form of a spherical brain. The second part is related with emotions and is related with blood as a substance in the body, and the heart as the main organ of blood, brain as the main organ of marrow, and finally the desires that are related to intestine. And when we say intestine, we mean not only the peptic tube, we mean also the lungs, and we mean also the skin, because skin, lungs, and peptic tube are absorbing the energy from the outside. And this is the main function of the third part of the soul and the third substance that constitute the human body. So these are the main ideas and the very important ideas that exist in this book of Plato. And here I finish my presentation. I would like to remind you that I am the writer of 2 books on ancient Greek medicine. Also, I would like to remind you that I give lectures in the schedule for the academic year 25-6, and you can informed by our website. And I would like finally to close my speech with some words about alternative medicine in Greece. In Greece, we have no recognition of alternative medicine. In the country of Hippocrates, we have no recognition of traditional Hellenic medicine and ancient Greek medicine, and of course Hippocratic medicine. In Greece, there are 9 medical schools, and in no one of them we have the teaching of the Hippocratic ideas and the Hippocratic corpus. That's why I feel myself responsible to inform all of you about these very wonderful ideas about the human body that exist in the ancient Greek philosophy and medicine. Thank you very much, and have a nice Congress.
We are happy Dr. Tilikides could be with us through his pre-recorded presentation. And now our next speaker is Ms. Sweta Vikram from the New York City, a doctor of Ayurveda and an adjunct professor. She is an international speaker, a best-selling author of 14 books, a certified grief coach, and a trauma-informed yoga teacher. Her work has been featured by the influential media and global publications. Dr. Vikram also hosts the podcast called The Grounded Leader. She's been named one of the most influential Asians of our times, and she's a winner of the Voices of the Year award. Now let me warmly welcome Dr. Sveta Srivastava Vikram in our live stream. Good afternoon from the Czech Republic, good morning to the USA.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Thank you to Dr. Pfeiffer, his entire team, the World Health Congress, and everyone who's joining us to make global wellness a movement, a phenomenon, not something that we do when we are unwell, but something that we focus on proactively. So my talk today is on Ayurvedic tips for anxiety. And I just wanted to say that, just a disclaimer, that my talk is not a replacement for therapy or your medications. Ayurveda is a beautiful complementary healing science, but always talk to your medical doctor before you make any changes. So understanding anxiety, anxiety is a natural stress response. I personally feel a little bit of anxiety, keeps us on our toes. It reminds us what needs to be done. It becomes really unmanageable and chronic and debilitating at a certain stage. And people oftentimes think, oh, anxiety means it's panic attack. No, there are different kinds of anxieties. And I think after the pandemic, most of us have some level of low-lying, low-grade generalized anxiety. In fact, in the US, there are 40 million people who are impacted by anxiety. And as you can see, it could look like sleep issues, fatigue, restlessness, racing thoughts. So anxiety doesn't always mean an extreme condition, but there are these signs and symptoms. And Ayurveda is beautiful because it helps us navigate by addressing anxiety in a very wholesome way. So what is Ayurveda? For those of you new to this beautiful over 5,000-year-old medical system from India, Ayurveda focuses on natural and holistic approaches to keeping our mind, body, and consciousness healthy, right? Even Western science now acknowledges that the mind and body are connected. So what we eat will impact how we think, and how we think will impact how we feel, the gut biome connection, right? So Ayurveda has been talking about this for thousands of years. And the core of Ayurveda is we focus on prevention and maintenance, not just, treatment of diseases, right? So Ayurveda is based on this concept that each person has certain life forces, which are called doshas, and everything in the universe is connected. So one imbalance in one area can affect the other. And when we don't correct these imbalances, diseases and illnesses can occur. So stay with me, I'll explain in details. Like I was saying, from an Ayurvedic perspective, the mind, the body, the consciousness, some people say the spirit, it's all connected. Have you noticed, and going back to the pandemic, when a lot of people perhaps developed generalized anxiety, if you were sitting with a pint of ice cream or processed foods or junk foods thinking, I don't know what's going to happen. And it was a time of uncertainty, right? So I also am not judging where that feeling comes from. But notice if you would nosedive deep into that pint of ice cream or those bag of potato chips, how did that make you feel? Once or twice was okay, but if that's what you ate 5 days in a row, I've worked with clients who developed certain, not just physical issues, but also mental health issues, right? Because of the gut biome connection. And Ayurveda has been telling us, pay attention to your diet and lifestyle, because that will impact your overall sense of being. It will impact how you show up to the world, to your relationships, to your career, but also your mind. So in Ayurvedic medicine, we look at, much like traditional Chinese medicine, it's an elemental system, right? There are 5 elements: ether, which is also called space, air, fire, water, and earth. And a combination of these elements results in 3 humors or doshas, and they're known as Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And these doshas are supposed to be, let's think of them as your blueprint. At the time of conception, the predominant dosha in the biological mother and the biological father, that combination is what a baby has, an embryo has, depending on the language you want to refer to. So there could be 2 Pitta Kaphas in the room or 5 Vata Pittas in the room, but you won't be the same person because DNA is unique, your constitution is unique. Each of these doshas have 10 pairs of opposite qualities. So in a Vata person, because we're talking about anxiety, which is a Vata imbalance, simply put, and we are in Vata season, which is autumn, one person, if they have more mobility, the other has the cold trait more, that quality, their Vata will show up differently. So I don't want you to go out there and start taking online quizzes and self-diagnosis and saying, oh, I have Vata imbalance. No, we are working on those imbalances, but also those gunas, those qualities, right? All of these doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, we all have all 3 of them in some quantity or the other. Most people are dual doshic. Some people have all 3 doshas. Very few people are monodoshic, right? And these doshas, they can, the imbalances can fluctuate over time. So your core, your DNA doesn't change. But if we are in Vata season, and I might have very little Vata, right? But if I keep an irregular lifestyle, if I eat irregularly, I'm out in the cold without like covering my ears, and I'm doing everything that increases my Vata, I will go into an imbalance. So why doshas matter? Like I said earlier, every person has a unique ratio of each dosha, usually with one standing out more than the others, right? So it's important to talk to an Ayurvedic practitioner. I know the allure of online quizzes, I've done them too, right? But they don't always help you determine your dosha. And we all like to think many things about ourselves, including if I were to fill out a form, do you like coffee? Do you like, no, it's just the past 2 weeks. And you might not even realize that you might have been drinking that extra cup or 4 extra cups of caffeine for the past 6 months. So you think, oh, typically I am like this, but right now these are the symptoms. So there's a fine line between those balances and imbalances, which a trained Ayurvedic practitioner or doctor can help you determine, right? And like I was saying, this blueprint is what you need to achieve optimal health. So Vata, let's focus on Vata. It's a combination of ether and air, right? It governs your movement, it governs your creativity, spirituality, nervous system when in balance, right? Like this, your spontaneous friend who will just say, I'm buying a ticket and let's go so and so. That's your Vata in balance. But when it goes out of balance, it can create fear, insomnia, sleeplessness, constipation, this muscle twitchiness, and the core of this talk today, anxiety, right? A balanced Pitta is very ambitious, very loyal, very driven. A lot of the world leaders are Pittas, but out of balance, a lot of world leaders are also Pitta imbalanced. I'll leave it at that because there's irritability, self-indulgence, judgment, burnout. When we think of Kapha, so Kapha dosha in balance is your 2 a.m. friend, like who won't judge you, very loving. But Kapha out of balance can be very possessive, not wanting to let go. And, so let's talk about anxiety and Ayurveda. When we look at anxiety and Ayurveda from an Ayurvedic lens, simply put, anxiety is Vata imbalance. It's light, some of the qualities are light, cold, mobile, dry. These are the dominant qualities, right? And from an Ayurvedic perspective, unlike homeopathy, Ayurveda will tell you like increases like. So if you already are in Vata season, which we are right now, the qualities of cold, mobile, dry are always higher. Great hair days. Autumn is great for hair days, right? Because the air is dry, no humidity or minimal humidity, so the hair stands out really well. That's a simple example, right? But if you have a diet and a lifestyle where you're eating did you have anything, room manager too? Were you trying to say something? Okay, so I'll continue with my presentation then.
Everything is all right. You can continue. No problem. We can also see your presentation.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So coming back to anxiety and Ayurveda, right? So when we're looking at these qualities, now if you start with the diet and lifestyle, which increases these, or enhance these qualities increases. So I'll give you a simple example. Think of popcorn. think of potato chips, think of raw foods, think of cold foods. All of them are very vata aggravating. And if you already have a lot of vata in you, you are in vata season right now, and you eat this vata aggravating foods, and then you realize I have to do a 10K on a cold morning and I'm not going to wear any earmuffs. What will it do? Ayurveda tells us like increases like. So your vata will go out of balance. Other reasons for vata imbalance is overstimulation, lack of routine. You know, the people who are like, oh, I forgot to eat. Oh, I ate 4 meals today. Or lack of routine. I did yoga at 5 a.m. Oh, I did weight training at 6 p.m. So cold foods we talked about, and then trauma. And I think this is what Ayurveda will tell you, that with vata, one of the easiest way to get it back to balance, and we'll talk more about this as we proceed in my presentation, regular routine, right? Having a schedule, having predictability. Because vata will trick you into saying, oh, don't eat lunch at 12 p.m. today. You can eat it at 3 p.m., but it won't work for you. And how do we express this outwardly if somebody's vata is out of balance? Think of it this excessive worrying, like, this lack of focus. Like, typically you might be that person who's very productive, very focused, getting stuff done. And you're like, no, I have this nervous energy. I woke up multiple times at night, I'm not able to sleep. And I have like these digestive issues where a lot of my clients this season navigate gas, bloating, and constipation. So Ayurvedic strategies for navigating anxiety. Again, this is a presentation to introduce you to Ayurveda and anxiety, but I would always recommend talking to an Ayurvedic doctor and practitioner so we can really pin down what is causing this. Like, I'm a trauma-informed yoga teacher. This being Vata season, lot of, autumn brings with it also grief, and I'm a grief coach. So I see for people who have unaddressed trauma, they go into Vata imbalance a lot this season. Hence the need of talking to a person who works with this versus just taking an online quiz, right? So have a routine in place, whether what you eat, when you wake up, when you go to bed, having rituals in the morning. So one of my favorite things is drinking warm water in the morning. You don't need to add anything to it, right? Don't make it too acidic, because for someone who has high pitta, oh, they're going to grow horns. I know, I'm kidding. But excessive citrus can really aggravate pitta. So just a mug of warm water in the morning, pausing, slowing down. Abhyanga, which is massaging yourself with warm oil, even at the end of the day when you go to bed, and then taking a shower. Of course, like, you massage yourself with warm oil, you let it be for 20 minutes. If you want to meditate at that time, do it. And then take a hot shower. It's incredibly nourishing for the nervous system. And Ayurveda reveres sesame oil. So that's my favorite for this season. But if you're allergic to it, there's always other oils like coconut oil. Over winter might not be my highest recommendation, but figure out an oil that works for you, right? At the end of the day, massage your feet with warm oil and then wear socks, because we don't want anyone to slip and fall. It's incredible how the skin absorbs. Like, I've applied oil before my talk today and you don't see a drop, because the skin wants that warm nourishment. In terms of food, avoid cold foods, avoid raw foods, avoid stale foods. You want prana, life force. So warm food, spice it. And by spice, I don't mean spicy. I can't handle spicy, but I will add spices, add digestive spices, add cumin, coriander, fennel, cinnamon, these delicious spices to your meals, whether you want to eat khichdi or, if you enjoy animal protein. Make sure to cook things well, to eat warm foods. Don't just open the refrigerator and pop something in your mouth. Listen to Mother Nature. Root veggies are in abundance this season. There's a reason they are. Eat them, put them in the oven, add some spice, add some ghee or some olive oil or coconut oil. Cook your foods. Don't think of it as a just chore. Think of cooking as self-care. The love that we share for others, share it for yourself as well. Avoid excessive. We all enjoy, most of us enjoy a cup of tea or coffee, but don't make it excessive. Avoid raw salads, anything which is cold. I mentioned the names of a few herbs here, but with herbs, always, 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 just because it's available in a health food store, I would advise you to not buy it. please talk to an Ayurvedic practitioner before you start taking any herbs. Because, for instance, ashwagandha might calm someone's nerves, but if you have high pitta, it'll backfire, right? For someone who's already slow, and the brain, and by slow, I mean like you feel like, I don't feel motivated. You take something like Brahmi, it might not be best match for you, right? Tulsi is great for the lungs, but if it can be also very heating. So you need to know what imbalances are causing your anxiety, and not every Ayurvedic herb would be for you. In terms of pranayam, which is breath work, one of my favorite is Anulom Vilom, which is alternate nostril breathing. It balances both the hemispheres of the brain. So, think of anxiety and how it brings it down. But it also doesn't have contraindications, because some breath work, you need to know you should be doing it on an empty stomach. We want to know what your health conditions are. But alternate nostril breathing, I in fact tell my leadership clientele to do alternate nostril breathing just before a big speaking event. The college students who are my clients, I tell them to do that before an exam. So it's really simple, easily accessible, and very, very helpful. We've already talked about Abhyanga, which is warm oil massage to calm the nervous system. Om chanting, I don't think of it as anything religious, but if Om doesn't speak to you, figure out a chant that speaks to you. Nasya is medicated oil that we put up in the nostrils. Again, an Ayurvedic doctor will be able to help you with this. This is really great. I carry a bottle of Nasya oil when I travel, because in the airplane, Vata increases when you travel, especially when you fly. And Nasya can be beautifully oleating. And it also really calms the brain. So the reason I share these testimonials is, a lot of time we've been told, and I learned this language as in my trauma-informed yoga teacher training, the language that we speak really matters, right? The world feels very cruel right now. So stop telling people, why can't you be calm? Or why you're so anxious? Why won't your mind shut down? Trust me, I've been doing this for a very long time. If someone could be calm, they would want to be calm. No one wants to feel rattled, not being able to focus, feeling or gassy or bloated. If you're a young person, you're going out with your friends, going on a date, you can't eat anything from the menu because your gut health might just blow up out of proportion. And so yeah, be kind with the language that you use with others, but also be kind with yourself. Don't tell yourself, I don't know why my mind won't shut. Talk to your therapist, get the help, but also consult with an Ayurvedic doctor, because we might be able to help you navigate from an Ayurvedic perspective, right? And as we get towards the end of my presentation, it's also when we are going through very difficult political times in the world, right? And Ayurveda, pranayam, simple breathwork of alternate nostril breathing. I've worked with survivors of trauma, but also 9/11 survivors, people who are going through gender identity crisis in today's day and age, where they feel unanchored. Breathwork can be very, very helpful in anchoring yourself. So don't look at anxiety as like this big thing. We can break it down into smaller pieces and help you meet where you are. I'm a child of science, so I like to bring in the science aspect. Ashwagandha is shown to reduce cortisol levels. Meditation and breathwork reduces anxiety markers. And Ayurveda has been talking about the gut-brain axis for a very, very long time. So start small, start with routines and rituals, and get personalized help based on your constitution and the imbalances. You heal your nervous system, the mind will follow, my friends. Again, as you know, this content is informational and educational. Don't stop your medication. Don't stop talking to your therapist, but just know that help is available. So thank you so much for having me here. Great to meet everyone. Great to connect with this beautiful community of integrative medicine practitioners. Wishing you good health and healing.
Dear Sweta, thank you for your excellent talk, for your energetic talk and your clear talk. It helps us better understanding to the topic. Thank you and have a nice day in New York.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And we are moving back to Greece, where I am delighted to introduce Dr. Maria Leoni Georgopoulou as our next speaker. She is a naturopath with an extensive experience as a flower essence counselor, a family constellation facilitator, and an energy healer. She serves as a board member of the Association for Natural Medicine in Europe, and she is an ambassador of ancient Greek medicine dedicated to preserving and promoting its wisdom in modern times. Now let me warmly welcome Dr. Georgopoulou to be with us today. Good afternoon to Greece.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to Prague. And thank you all of you for the very nice organization and Congress. And let me start my presentation. Today I'm going to talk about flower essences for depression. But I'm working lately, the latest years, with flower essences from orchid. So I'm going to show orchid essences. Let's start with the symptoms of depression. And my next, yes. So we all know that the most of the symptoms, we have the symptoms that they are emotional, that they are physical, and that is an issue about how we are going to face it, okay? So depression is a mood disorder that causes persistent symptoms of sadness, emptiness, and loss of joy. It differs from the mood fluctuations that people regularly experience in life. Symptoms must be there for more than 2 weeks to be considered as depression. So that's why for us, the flower essence therapist, if we give flower essences and very soon the symptoms are uplifted, then it seems that the situation is temporary. The emotional symptoms, the most of the times, it has to do with low mood. You may feel sad, anxious, or have an empty feeling for long periods. Loss of interest. You may lose interest or pleasure in activities you once enjoyed. Then there may be feelings of worthlessness or guilt. You might feel guilty, worthless, or helpless, often blaming yourself for things that are not your fault. Irritability also is another sign. You may become irritable, frustrated, or restless, even over small matters. Then we have the behavioral symptoms. One of the symptoms is difficulty in concentrating. You might have trouble thinking, concentrating on doing your job or studying, remembering things, or making decisions. Another symptom is fatigue. You may feel constantly tired, have a lack of energy, or feel slowed down, or even after a good sleep. Another sign is social withdrawal. You may find it difficult to engage in social activities or maintain relationships. That means that you want to stay alone all the time. You don't want to go out and visit friends or any events. And another, the worst sign is thoughts of death and suicide. Then we have the physical symptoms that mostly are changes in the sleep. This can include sleeping too much or sleeping too little, or having difficulty falling asleep or staying asleep. Then we have changes in appetite or weight. You may have reduced appetite and weight loss, or increased cravings and weight gain. Unexplained aches and pains. You might experience headaches, cramps, or other physical problems without a clear cause that don't improve with treatment. So now I'm going to talk about, because I have little time, that's why, Now I'm going to talk today about 4 essences that I have a lot of experience working with. And the first essence is called positive flow. It's a combination of 2 more, positive outcome and pushing back the night. And this essence is really, you can give it in spray and oral. Sprays with flower essences and essential oils really create a very good aura atmosphere for a person that feels low and down. So this essence, I prescribe it, I give it as a spray and oral, both. Generally, it provides one shift in mental outlook, along with the strengthening of the 3rd chakra and of the 6th. This small chakra is at the heart of our mind ability to manifest our intentions. One remembers how to make things happen and is energized to do so with immediate effect. It gives the boost that one needs to start any therapy, because many people, when they feel depressed, they don't want to do anything, or they don't want to go to a therapist. So that gives this boost to start and do something for the self, to go forward, to get up from bed and go out to work, for example. It gives a positive motivation and an I can do feeling. You know, because mostly when we are depressed, it's the feeling, oh, I don't want to do that, I cannot do it, I don't have the energy, I don't have the, as we said, the symptoms before. So positive flow is really like a light comes in your life through the aura by using the spray, and in the room, you can put it in the bed, you can put it in the office. It really, really helps. And for example, I had one teenager, he was giving exams for school, and he had this problem of concentrating, low self-esteem, depressive emotions. And I gave the spray and the drops, and immediately, and the drops he didn't want to take, by the way. So the mother would spray him with the spray, and after 10 minutes, you could see the person started to read again and try to go on with the studies. It was really amazing how it really helped. We know depression can come from many internal or external reasons. For example, another woman I remember that she has lost her husband suddenly in an accident. Okay, I give other also essences for the shock. We will talk about it in a while. But I gave her positive flow from the beginning. She told me, what is this? I thought that I'm going to die and now I'm living again. So it really gives a push, and it's like inside the pushing back the night, it's the name of the essence that exists inside, is doing exactly that. It pushes the night of the life, of the mind, okay, the shadow. And it's really, really helpful. We are used to about flower essences of Bach, but now I want to say that that's why I introduced the orchid essences that are more powerful in vibration. And it's nice that I introduced them here. There's really a new option of flower essence therapy. So now I will introduce you to Active Serenity. This is another flower essence, combination one, as you see, with 5 different orchids. It's called Active Serenity. It's very useful in stressful situation, and this is a kind of emergency type essence. Aids critical thinking and decision making, something that is very important because when you have depression, that it's like the mind doesn't really work well. You cannot have a clear mind. So it helps in this direction. Quickly brings clarity and mental energy, which is calm and yet energized. Using times of major life transitions, helpful in the office for working calmly with focus. Active serenity, I give it also it's very effective for insomnia. That is there, especially because of overthinking. You know, people that you're going in the house, you go to sleep, and except of the negative emotions you have, is you have this mind that it doesn't stop, and you cannot sleep. So active serenity is very, very good in this position, and it can help any person with or without depression when there is a problem with insomnia due to overthinking. Also, active serenity gives this clarity that a person with depression has. And balances the two, how we call it? It balances the brain, okay? So let me go to the next one. The next one is immediate relief. Immediate relief is really a wonderful essence. It helps in so many levels. It has 8 essences inside. It's a very powerful composition. Opens channels in the energy body, which may become blocked by moments of high stress or depression or shock, to facilitate healing at multiple levels. Gives spiritual support at a deep level of our soul. In emergencies, we are likely to lose our connection with higher aspects of our soul or psyche. This combination relieves the shock and enables a reconnection with our highest inner alignment. So immediate relief is wonderful for panic, fears, and shock. Anytime you have depression because of a shock, something happened to you or something happened to another person, you have lost a beloved, you have lost your job, you have separated with your partner, this is a shock moment for the soul, and it's very important to balance the trauma inside. It's like a hug in your soul. Also immediate relief as a spray, and now I create it as a body cream, as a cream. You can put it everywhere the body aches. As I said before, one of the symptoms of the depression is physical aches and pains without really cause. So like we say, psychosomatic aches and pains. So this essence, immediate relief, in spray and in cream, it is wonderful to put it on the body. Wherever it hurts, it really gives a relief. And I usually give it to people for 15 days every day, so that the body and mind, soul starts to get in balance. Of course, each person has its own needs, and we have to make a personal interview to know really the person. But these essences I show you now are the most most appropriate after all these years of my experience. That's why I introduced them here. And the fourth one is Love Beyond Love. It's an essence that I love very much. Actually, it's the essence of love. It's the essence of self-love, and the person with depression most of the times feels empty without no love for him, herself, or the others. This essence is for those who may have been unloved while in the room for energetic and emotional impact that can be very challenging for the child that has not been loved. Okay, so it nurtures our soul in deep levels, and it helps also the person start to love him herself, and start to do some healing for depression or the trauma that they are on. So I have to finish. I just want to introduce you. These essences are the Living Tree Orchid essences from Scotland. Don Dennis is the producer. And I thank you very much. I send you love and light to everyone, and blessings to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for your inspiring presentation and being with us today in our program. Thank you very much, and have a nice day in Greece. And now let me introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Nikhil Dongankar, an experienced Ayurveda specialist currently practicing at the Santulan Om Health Resort in the German federal state of Baden-Württemberg. After completing his medical studies in India, he trained with renowned physicians, later running his own Ayurveda practice and bringing his expertise to Europe. Dr. Dongankar is highly valued by his patients and spa guests for his precise assessment and his warm, approachable manner, making complex Ayurvedic concepts clear and accessible to all. We are pleased to have Dr. Nikhil Dongankar with us online. Good afternoon to Germany, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And good afternoon to you too. Is it audible from my side?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly and see you perfectly as well. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Thomas and his team, the organizers of the World Health Congress, for giving the opportunity to speak on the topic what we are presenting today on migraine. As well as I would like to thank my co-authors, Mr. Sanjay Tambe and Brigitta Heinrich, for contributing to this study. So I will just share my presentation and start to begin with. So today I'm going to present the topic on migraine, that is the effectiveness of Ayurveda Panchakarma therapy in the management of migraine. So as we all know, migraine is one of the leading factor right now in global, where almost 16.6% of the global population is continuously getting affected, and it is one of the 7th leading cause of the disability. So most of the women specifically, I would say, that is, women affects 3 times more than the men, and as women is a part, one of the most important integral part of our society, where they take care of many aspects, I would say household aspects as well as in the professional aspects also. They are a leading workforce also. So it definitely creates a disturbance in their life, as well as it creates disturbance in the surrounding people around them. So considering this, one of the point where majority of the population is getting affected, we thought that Ayurveda can give a better result, as well as Ayurveda can definitely help to mitigate this problem from its root cause. And that's the reason why we are now focusing, especially in our center in Germany, for migraine specialized treatments. So as we all know that migraine is one of the disease which is associated with the neurological condition, where the characteristics are nothing but there will be a unilateral throbbing pain, nausea, photophobia, and sound sensitivity. And many times we see that people are unable to work and they have to be in the dark room, isolate themselves for relieving those problems, those symptoms. And in the conventional treatment, if we see that there are not completely any kind of cure, but most of the medicines what are prescribed are basically as a nerve blocker or pain blocker, as well as some kind of painkillers. And they are having a tremendous side effects also, where due to the treatment, sometimes the intensity gets slowly, the medicine becomes slowly more accustomed, as well as the symptoms starts getting more and more stronger, and the frequency also eventually increases. So in Ayurveda, this migraine has been actually dealt in a perspective of Ardhava Bedaka, that is half half side of the brain is or the head is getting affected, which is more kind of an similar kind of a disease mentioned in Ayurveda. So basically, in Ardhava Bedaka, the three dosha predominating, it is a disease which is more impacting because of the Vata and Pitta imbalance from the three doshas. So it also explains the same symptoms where there is a unilateral head pain, dizziness, discomfort, photophobia, and sound intolerance. So what we do here now, in especially in Germany right now, that when a patient is coming for the treatment of migraine, specifically with the Panchakarma, so we evaluate the whole condition, and then we prescribe the purificatory procedure. So in this purificatory procedure, basically there are five main elements what we are doing. That is, one is the internal purification, as elimination of the toxins, restoring the balance of the doshas, and then rejuvenation of the body and mind. Uh, in Panchakarma, it is divided into the three phases. The first phase is the preparation phase, where we will be giving a different steams. Then there will be an oilation, external and internal, with the help of uh, with the help of the all different oils. We will be doing the massages, as well as internally we will be prescribing some ghees, which will be helpful for loosening the toxins, and it will prepare the body for the next phase of the cleansing, which will be done with the help of the Virechana, that is the purgation therapy. Then after that, we will be doing nasya, that is a nasal administration of the oil or ghee. Again, this will be helpful for both the reasons, for elimination of the toxins, at the same time for the rejuvenation purpose. And later on, we will be doing a basti therapy, which is nothing but a medicated enema, as well as in the basti also we will be doing some kind of oil enemas. And then there is a third phase, where it's a post treatment phase, where we will be doing or prescribing a lifestyle routine, daily routine, what they should follow, which kind of a diet they should construct to, depending upon their dosha involvement, as well as their constitution, as well as we will be giving some kind of herbal remedies for the rejuvenation of the condition. So how the patient is dealt in our center. So first, for the detoxification, so Panchakarma basically helps in detoxification, which is nothing but the doshas which are imbalanced, and then creates the toxins accumulation in the body, which we called as ama in Ayurveda. And these doshas slowly build up on different tissues, which will create the problems. So those detoxification of the doshas will be done, and then after that, the dosha balance will be brought. And to maintain that balance, then we will be advising them how to take care with the help of their lifestyle, as well as the stress relief, because we know that migraine is just not a physical condition, but it is more associated with the mental aspect also. And in this mental aspects, we know that there are different migraine triggers, which creates a majority of the impact while having an migraine attack. So for that, we will be also advising them based on Ayurveda how to deal with those triggers, and how to prevent themselves from getting into the migraine attack. And then with the help of Panchakarma, again, the circulation, the lymphatic circulation, blood circulation, and neural pathways. All these three things are getting enriched. So there will be a good quality of sleep. At the same time, there will be good energy level in the body. Then there is a medical management, what we will be doing after the Panchakarma also. So there are different herbal as well as herbomineral formulations which are prescribed and which are available now easily in Germany as well as in the Europe. So the basic things what we will be using like ashwagandha, turmeric, kurkuma, brahmi. So these are nothing but the adaptogenic, anti-inflammatory, neural tonics. And then we have a specific kind of a therapies where we will be medicated therapies where we will be giving them Pathyadikala, that is one of the traditional migraine formulation which has been used since many years for managing this Ardhava Bedaka basically. And then we have from Santulan Ayurveda Pitta Shanti tablet as well as Sankul Churna, which can be taken on a regular basis for again for balancing the pitta acidity in the body and for the cleansing purpose. Then we have this pranayam nasya ghee basically, which helps for clearing the sinuses and calms the nervous system. So there are majority of the therapies, promising therapies, I would say, used in Ayurveda for balancing the doshas, for eliminating the toxins, specifically in case of migraine. Then clinical study also demonstrate that there are many monotherapies or panchakarma therapies which are having very minimum side effects and are very effective. So in terms of clinical evidence, there are 12 clinical trials based on RCTs and non-RCTs showing a significant result. At the same time, the quality of life of the patient has improved by 85% in reduction of the migraine severity as well as the frequency. So Panchakarma combined with the herbal medication improves the patient's quality of life as well as reduces the disability score, and it basically prolongs and slowly heal the migraine condition. So this case study demonstrates that there are many effective therapies like Nasya, Virech, and Basti for balancing or creating harmony in the body. Of course, there are further a large scale research to be needed to bring this Panchakarma therapy on as a mainstream therapy protocol. So what we will be doing here when the patient arrives at our center is nothing but we will be doing the initial assessment where the dosha dominance as well as the imbalances are evaluated. Then we will start with the preparatory phase of 6 to 7 days where there will be giving the oil massages, steam, and then the internal ghee therapy. And after that, then we will be having three main therapies, that is the Virechan therapy, uh, purgative therapy. Then after that, there will be a Nasya, that is the nasal administration of the oil or ghee. And lastly, the Basti therapy, which is nothing but the oil enema therapy. And after all this is over, then we will have the post therapy session where we will be advising them to continue some herbal medicines, and also we will be giving them the guideline about their lifestyle for keeping this balance now in the future. So as I was mentioning that this Panchakarma therapy is very much holistic therapy where not only a body is focused, but also with the body, mind and consciousness is also taken into the consideration. And that's the reason why Ayurveda Panchakarma therapy is giving the maximum effectiveness in relieving the problem. And it is also an individualized therapy where there is no same kind of protocol or administration of the oil or ghee is given for each and every individual. Depending upon the constitution, depending upon the dosha imbalance, we will be actually advising them what kind of oil massages as well as post virechana or post panchakarma therapy, what kind of medicines they have to continue. And after that, the preventive aspect is also one of the main objective in Ayurveda. So for the preventive aspect, it's nothing but your stress management, your diet, your lifestyle, your daily routine, what needs to be taken care, and those all the things will be advised, recommended after complete understanding of the individual constitution and the imbalances. Then when you basically cure your imbalances and you bring your body into the harmony, your dependency comes down from any kind of the pharmaceutical uh, medicine, or you can say a pharmaceutical drug intake. And this is one of the key factor what you have to understand, that you are not going to be on any kind of medication for the lifelong. You can eliminate that, or you can come out of the whole cycle by just bringing the harmony in your body. So this is what I would like to conclude the presentation with, where the evidence-based efficacy, clinical evidences which supports the reduction of migraine frequency, intensity, and disability through the detoxification and dosha balance. And the holistic wellness personalized care extends beyond the symptom control to enhance overall patient well-being and the quality of life. As well as this whole therapy is one of the safest modulation, we can say, where the Ayurveda doctor takes care of that, the whole uh, examination of the patient is done, and then the effective therapy is advised. So this is how we can empower the health with the Ayurveda wisdom in the modern migraine management. Thank you.
Dear Nikhil, thank you for your clear and nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Nice to hear, and we wish you a nice day to Germany. And
Thank you.
that's
You
it.
too.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
This is the end of the second today's block of presentations. Let's have a short break now, and we are going to be back promptly at 4:05 p.m. For our third and last block, which is about 15 minutes. Thank you for watching, and see you again.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our final today blocks of presentation. This is the hall number 4 of the World Health Congress taking place in Prague. We apologize for the slight delay as our first speaker was not able to connect us. So we are going to start with our first speaker, who is Dr. Pananga Interagundi from India. He's an Ayurvedic physician, educator and researcher. He holds his medical doctor degree of Ayurveda from the College of Ayurveda in the city of Udupi. And he's currently pursuing his PhD at the Banaras Hindu University. Dr. Teragundi has extensive experience as an advisor across multiple institutions, integrating classical knowledge with contemporary research, particularly in Ayurvedic drug design and formulations. He has presented over 25 papers at national and international seminars and received multiple awards for his research. And now, let's have Dr. Pananga Interagundi with us online. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Om Shri Dhanvantre Namaha. I'll share my slides. So my topic today for this conference is based on the utility of mercury in medicine. And as good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well and we can see your presentation perfectly. The floor is yours.
I think there's an echo from the moderator hall.
Echo? we can check it whether there is some problem. You can just continue talking, and if the echo is still in there, just let us know.
Yeah, but
our technical team is now trying to put it away. So you can try to say something.
So I spoke right now.
And can you hear still the echo of your voice?
Yeah. So I'm speaking right now, but it's
echoing.
I can hear it after like a 1 minute delay or so.
Okay. Just wait a minute, please. We can try to share it. And you can try it now again, please. Can you say something again now? Is the problem with echo still going on, or is it better now? It's still going on. Okay. Okay, just wait a minute, please. Our technical team is trying to...
Is it right time right now?
Sorry?
Hello?
Still going on. The problem is still remaining. When you say something, you still hear yourself again. Is this the problem remaining? Okay. So,
should I just remove my earphones? Like that would be better?
You can try. Yes, you can try. So, yes, please now try again and just tell me, because our technical team is trying to put it away, and we need your we need your feedback whether it is still remaining the problem. So can you say again something?
So today I'll be discussing about the use of mercury in medicine. And for a long time, since eons, mercury is the only metal which is in liquid room temperature. And this was thought to be a metal which was used for various things. It was like a core material for rest of the things to align itself for medicine. We hear stories in China, the first emperor was also buried with copious amounts of mercury. Even the pyramids also had mercury. So mercury is known throughout eons for having some specific properties. In today's presentation, I want to divert your attention to the basic 3 types of mercury which are available. The first one is the organic mercury. Organic mercury is the one which is binded along with the organic groups of carbon and its whole family of carbon. The inorganic mercury is the one which has the ionic bondage, and the Rasha-Shastric mercury is completely a different type of mercury where it is mixed along with herbs, like it is potentiated or having a herbo mineral complex. That is a Shastric mercury. So when we see in the absorption, organic mercury is the one which is having the highest absorption rate in the gut, where it is lipid soluble and crosses the gut rapidly. Whereas in inorganic, it's very poor GI absorption, moderate and moderate absorption via inhalation or when we apply or through the skin. Whereas Rasha-Shastric mercury is having a low sulfide, it's in the insoluble sulfide form. It has low GI absorption, but it stays longer in the gut. Distribution, again, blood-brain barrier, placenta accumulates in the CNS and the fetus, and that's the main reason why the whole Minamata disease came to be. In the organic mercury, whereas in inorganic, it accumulates in the kidneys, limited to the CNS entry. And in Rasha-Shastric mercury, it's the nano HGS, distributed very, very slowly and bounded by the herb matrices. Metabolism, it converts into organic form in the tissues and bonds with the proteins. In inorganic, it undergoes series of redox cycles and binds with the renal proteins either accumulates in the kidneys, or it's thrown out from the kidneys. And whereas in Rashastric mercury, it is stable compound and it is buffered through an herbal media. So these herbal media acts as a chelating agent, and they cover this mercury in a very big complex bonds, which will make it bigger in size so that they can easily be thrown out through the renal channel. Excretion, mainly fecal and minor renal, and it has a very long shelf life. The half-life period is very high inside the body, which causes biomagnification. Renal route is via urine in inorganic mercury. Half-life is shorter than organic. And Rashastric mercury is excreted unchanged. So it's not reacting much with the body's internal organs. And it is having a very low systemic burden. So it doesn't bioaccumulate. And the toxic impact, yes, organic mercury is severely neurotoxic. It is having teratogenic effects, which affects the upcoming newborn child as well if the mother, the pregnant mother takes it. Inorganic mercury, because of its presence in the kidneys, it is proven that it is having nephrotoxicity, GI corrosion, and even its cause for tremors. But in Rashastric mercury, for a safe and proper, if you do the Shodhana and Marna, which are alchemical processes which are explained in Ayurveda and Rashastric, it is said to be safe for that particular dosage. Because again, dose is what makes something which is toxic or non-toxic. When we talk about the Minamata tragedy, we have to go to Japan for this. And Minamata Bay is an area in Japan where the local chemical factories decided that they can throw out their organic mercury waste, which was methyl mercury, in the water, which contaminated the water. It started accumulating in the fishes, shellfish, all the biome which was present in the water nearby in the Minamata area were affected by this pollution, which increased the concentration of mercury in organic mercury in the fish and shellfish. And people, they didn't know about it. Local people started consuming it because that's their food. That's their staple food, the fish. And it caused tremors, paralysis, blindness, speech and hearing loss, and severe congenital deformities in the children. And it is declared as one of the worst industrial pollution disasters, highlighting the dangers of organic mercury. Point to be noted is organic mercury. So what did what were the consequences of this convention? There was a convention held in October 2013, and UN treaty was signed. More than 128 countries have signed and ratified it, where they ban on new mercury mines and phase out the existing ones, phase out or reduction in mercury in products, control in industrial emissions and releases, environmentally sound storage and waste management systems implemented for mercury. And in dental amalgams, it should be phased on gradually, but there's no immediate ban. WHO guided that thimerosal, which is ethyl mercury, not the methyl mercury, but the ethyl mercury, is considerably safe in that particular dosage, and which is used in vaccines can be utilized. There's no ban on that. And certain laboratory reagents and reference points, they have allowed it for research and analytical use. And most importantly, in traditional and cultural ceremonies and traditional medicines, TCM, Ayurveda, it is permitted. But it has been exempted from the ban on mercury, and parties are encouraged to promote safer alternatives. And countries can apply 5 to 10 year extension phases. It was not a right-out ban. And if you see, in 2023, it was the 10-year mark where it was extended period of time. To acquire mercury legally, a country must go through a process where national authority prove that it must be a necessity, and it is permitted under the Minamata exemptions, and a written consent and documentation is required for the trade. So what happens is, mercury, which was costing, let's see, 10,000 rupees in India, is now costing almost 40,000 rupees. So because the market is closed up, there is a high demand, but very less vendors, and it's a very steep channel. And so obviously the price increases. And that price is being hurt on the medicine industry in India. But mercury as medicine is not just integral part of Ayurveda, where it was called as Parada and was prescribed for it being a rejuvenator in terms of aging, diseases, and even death as an emergency medicine. It is used in various traditional medical systems. In TCM China, it was known as Zhongxi. That is, Zhongxi it is used as a juza, which was used for dermatological and psychiatric conditions. In Greco-Roman medicine, it emphasizes the topical utility of mercury and it as a purgative, and it was known as hydrogydus. Unani adopted mercury's zikab in Islamic medicine. Siddha medicine itself is centered around mercury, muppu, as an universal catalyst. Sawa Rigpa, the Tibetan medicine, promoted mercury as a black powder, sotal, which was called as the king of elixirs. And that black powder is nothing but mercury sulfide, black mercury sulfide. Afro-Caribbean Yoruba healing system, mercury was used as a folk remedy and as well as a spiritual practices. Native American cultures in Mesoamerica used mercury as a sacred pigment for healing and ceremonial application, for warding off infections and skin lesions. Medieval European alchemy used this as a folk medicine for ringworms, as well as skin infections and venereal diseases. There was no cure for syphilis in the early 1700s and the 1800s. And mercury was the prime ingredient which was used to stop the spread of syphilis or to have a control on syphilis, because that was the only thing which can cure it. And since Europe kind of spread around the syphilis to all different parts of the world, in India, it was known as Firanga Roga, Firanga meaning a foreigner's disease. And to kill off that Firanga disease, mercury in its chloride form is used. And even in Campo medicine, Japan themselves, who have banned this mercury right now, was using sujin for sedative effects and in epilepsy and convulsions. So mercury has its use in medicine for a long, long period of time. And we can see that it's not just Ayurveda, which is carrying on the legacy, but there were many other things. The only difference being most of these were using mercury in a specific form, but Ayurveda, it talks about how mercury is also poisonous. It called mercury a poison, but we can do processing towards the mercury to make it into a stable enough form for the body to metabolize it and give us the medicinal properties. So key to making, how do we do that? The key here to stabilize mercury is sulfur. And sulfur, when it binds with mercury, it is called HGS or Kajali in Sanskrit. And it's a stable, insoluble compound preventing free mercury absorption. Because free mercury, it goes to the liver and it attaches with the methyl groups and methyl mercury is formed. We don't want that, because that is what is causing most of the diseases. Bioavailability of free mercury is reactively, it's very less soluble, minimal GI absorption as I told before, and it reduces systemic toxicity. And there is an antioxidant role of sulfur as well, because sulfur compounds act like scavengers for free radicals. Even if there is free mercury available by the fish or any pescatarian diet people follow, because it has high mercury in it, that also is taken away with the use of sulfur. There's a hepatoprotective, nephroprotective effect of sulfur that shields vital organs where mercury is binding to the cellular proteins. There was a study done by T. Lewis et al. In 2014, which shows that oral toxicity in preclinical trials, that 5 mg per kg and 10 mg per kg body weight for 60 days had no toxic symptoms. Like there was normal behavior, food and water intake was unchanged in these mice and rats, body weight was normal, and fecal droppings are also not changed in the groups. So in conclusion, they said that Kajali showed no acute or subacute toxicity at tested doses. Again, a key point, a tested doses. Like we use mercury in a Ratti Pramana, and a Ratti refers to 125 milligrams, and that's the highest dose. So when you divide that, you're basically giving them 5 mg to 10 mg a day, or a per dose time. So the impact on Minamata on the Rasashastra medicine industry, there is global treaty obligations have to be met. So there is restriction of production, trade and export. Challenges for Ayurvedic pharmacies for sourcing purified mercury for their Rasaushadis. Import and export license are required, and which raises cost and paperwork. International trade for mercurical Ayurvedic medicine faces scrutiny, bans in some countries. EU has completely banned Rasashastra medicines. They cannot be permitted in EU and even in the US. So it's a very uphill battle. Mostly it is taken, you can get medicines in India itself. It's not sold outside. There is a need for toxicology, pharmacology, and safety data to justify the continuous use. Push for model analytical studies, XRD, SAM, ICP-MS, proving the stability of Kajali, because most people are not ready to believe that mercury has such good properties. And it presents an opportunity for the present Rasashastra people to show something, because there is no modern safety protocols. We can add the Shodhana and Marana in the medicines, and it limits the global Ayurveda market expansion for Parda-based formulations. But since it's a policy, the only way to move ahead is adaptation. India, a party to Minamata, must balance protecting Ayurveda's heritage versus global mercury ban compliance. So it has to have a balancing act. So what are the suggested things which we can do forward is talk about promoting restricted medicinal use only, like it should only be used for medicinal purposes. Strict GMP quality control, standardization for mercury compounds must be taken care of. Industrial training for the handling of mercury is needed. So the workers who are actually doing the medicine preparation in the pharma level have the right information and the protocol to follow when they're handling mercury. Data documentation of acquisition, utility, sale, consumption, and disposal of mercury is a must. That has to be implemented throughout the India as well as the globe. Implementation of a mercury certification news for pharmaceutical companies, like how we have GMP certification. I think it's a high time we also demand a mercury use certificate, which is going to certify that this particular pharmacy is following all the protocols and giving us the right products. And again, it's the duty of the government to regulate the distribution system for mercury. Since a common person or a private company, it's having difficulty to source mercury, I think if the government is undertaking the job of acquiring the mercury and distributing it in India, then that would be a godsend. So in conclusion, there is a dual legacy of mercury, one as a medicine and one as a poison. And Ayurveda has a very beautiful shloka which describes this: Yoga dapi visham tikshnam. So in a formulation, a medicine can turn poison and a poison can turn medicine. And all of that is dependent on the dose, the delivery, and what purpose it is used for. So if we control that, then poison can also be a medicine, and in small quantities again. There is a need to differentiate organic, inorganic, and Rasashastra mercury, because at large, everyone thinks it's one and the same, but it's not. Minamata tragedy highlights the devastating impact of methyl mercury policy. So pollution, so that has to be taken care of. The treaty restricts mercury mining, trade and use, but exempts for traditional medicine, which again, Ayurveda is a part of. And sulfur is a key to control mercury and its toxicity. Future direction should incorporate needed research, safety evidence, and by adapting potential regulatory shifts. So this is a popular quotation from Nagarjuna, who is known as the father of alchemy in India. And he said that Siddhe Rase Karishyami Nirdaridram Idam Jagat. With the success of Rasakarma, that is potentiation of mercury, I shall make the world free of penury. And penury here refers to the daridrata or the poverty, which is of the health. So he wanted to make the world free of diseases, and he sought mercury as a way to do that. Thank you.
Dear Doctor, we truly appreciate your contribution to our program here in Prague. Thank you very much and have a nice day. And now let's move to the United Kingdom again, where our next speaker is ready. This is Dr. Neil Binderman, a scientist and an advocate of developmental neurobiology and lifestyle-focused neuroscience. He is trained in immunology at the University of Glasgow and completed his PhD at the University College London. In 2015, Neil underwent life-saving neurosurgery for a tumor on his pineal gland. He describes his experience as a life reset button that inspired him to focus on the person-centered, trauma-informed approaches to emotional and mental well-being. Over the past decade, he has developed innovative tools and services designed to help individuals to rebalance their emotional health. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Neil Binderman in our online session. Good afternoon.
Hello, it's very nice to be here. I'm just going to share my screen and I will also be playing my talk out as a video. So I shall just click a few buttons and press the share button. So now you should see, and I will press the play button for you to hear the talk. Hello, my name is Neil Binderman, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you today and to have this opportunity to talk to you about some of the evidence to explore how correcting an imbalance in emotional health can help us in rebalancing our immune system. But for some of us, we may not have heard of this term emotional health before. And so I think it's important to explore what it actually is. And to do that, let's look at what emotions are. Emotions, as defined in this slide, are just a complex experience of consciousness, bodily sensation, and behavior. And actually, it was back in 1997 when Dr. Candace Pert, neuroscientist in America, who discovered the opioid receptor, really brought the significance of emotions to the fore in terms of the nature of emotions being chemical. And here she talks about the fact that it's about releasing molecules that are produced from body cells across the brain and spine, and that this can lead to changes in the person's feeling of well-being. But what triggers that release? What triggers their release, I should say? Well, that has got to come down to the experiences that we can have through our development and childhood, and also through later life and maybe work-related experiences and other experiences that we have. But those emotions, we need to explore how we perceive those experiences. And generally, we tend to group them into positive and negative emotions. But they have a purpose as well, and I think that can often get forgotten. Those emotions, they can drive our actions, and they tell others that we may be dealing with stresses, and they obviously tell others how we're generally feeling in terms of whether we've got smiles on our faces, etc. But there is something even more significant and maybe deeper, and that is there is some wisdom associated with those emotions. They're telling us that something important in our life is changing or needs attention, and therefore it's vitally important that we really do take notice of those. And if we don't take notice of those, that's when perhaps we come across problems, and that I will explore in more detail. But that wisdom is something that we've come to see as emotional intelligence. And that wisdom, well, when we look at it, it's relating to survival in many ways. And if we turn the positive and the negative around and we look at it from a point of view safe and secure or fight or flight, then we can see perhaps that the function of our emotions are more significant as well. But what is it then what do we mean by emotional health? Well, it is that uninterrupted two-way bidirectional relationship that enables the timely and appropriate free expression of all emotions, nourishing our health and wellness, i.e., we must allow those emotions to be expressed. And it's when we don't allow those that perhaps we have an issue. Well, what, if anything, can impact our emotional health? Well, it was back in 2020 when we began to run a survey, and it was a very significant survey that looked and brought together over 600 lived experiences. And in that survey, we asked them if they could share with us emotion words were important to them. And at the same time, we asked them if they'd had some form of experience, a major life event. And we split that into two categories of those who'd had trauma and those who didn't. And as you'll see here, the word anxious is in both of those. It's high up in the top, and that probably reflects the fact that this was done during COVID. But here you can see the significant difference between emotions of people with no trauma and those with trauma in terms of what they shared, in terms of the words that they came up for them. Now, the full emotional impact of anxiety can be shown here when we looked at people who did not express anxiety or did not select anxious as one of their emotions. Their other emotions came up quite high, quite positive. And those who mentioned anxious, obviously there was a high number of those, 454. You can see what else happened in their life and what was happening in terms of other aspects of their emotions. But what can happen in terms of the significance of trauma in terms of unbalancing emotional health? We need to look at that from point of view, the impact of a physical trauma, perhaps through the brain and body. And that came in the shape of where I heard things going on for myself when I had a block in physical energy due to a tumor that was sitting on my pineal gland, right bang in the middle. And that was significant, but because it had blocked the cerebral spinal fluid flow. And this is actually taken from a video that was shown, it's on YouTube and on TED, showing you how during at nighttime, the brain washes through, and that's part of the function of the cerebral spinal fluid. So when that doesn't happen, it can have a significant impact on aspects to do with brain function and other areas. And that's exactly what happened for me. In terms of the consequences of that flow that you're seeing here, not happening, basically that tumor in my brain led to disrupted balance, impaired memory. It also had led to broken sleep and then muddled thinking. And on top of all that, I had this very significant loss of awareness of space and time. But this aspect of what's going on here with a physical block can actually be relayed, I would say, also in terms of what can happen in terms of a more non-physical block, and a block in terms of whether we're allowing our thoughts to flow or whether we're allowing our emotions to flow. And that is where I see this as a sort of disruption in the flow of our consciousness. And how does that play out? It can play out in both pain in terms of a body related pain or pain that can be connected into mind. And those two pain, the pain that from that is very much in connection with migraine and fibromyalgia. How does the science tell us this about migraine and fibromyalgia? Well, this is where the research has come in from point of view of CGRP and the work that's been going on in that for quite a few years now. And you will see in this graph that CGRP is a very, very major vasodilating peptide. It binds to cells across the body. And it also is related to the release into the body in terms of stress and anxiety. What I'm going to quickly go through here is to show you that I've been involved in some research with CGRP in my PhD, showing that it actually binds to cells in the immune system and also cells of the central nervous system as well. And then earlier in 97, we know that the link with migraine has started when Michael Moskowitz was looking at the link between the migraine and the trigeminal nerve. And as I said earlier, my PhD showing you here is some illustrations of CGRP flowing through the axons in the nerves and the sciatic nerve, and also where it binds to the cell receptors of macrophages. Now, how does this tell us about the significance in terms of emotional health and also in the immune system? Well, it actually starts from point of view of the dental bite plate, which again does connect into the trigeminal nerve, because the dental bite plate is something that's used a lot for stress and anxiety in terms of teeth grinding. And as you'll see here, some papers highlighting the link between bruxism and PTSD, and obviously then the emotional issues related to PTSD in terms of childhood and in migraine. And here you can see problems in terms of connection between emotional health and the history of migraine as well. So emotional problems in terms of childhood issues, adverse childhood events, and then the risk of migraine in future life. But this was the biggest breakthrough in 21, when Peter Goadsby worked on the research that Michael Moscovitz had uncovered, and eventually through working with the pharmaceutical industry, they developed a new drug. And this is a drug that binds to CGRP. Now, the significance of all that comes in this aspect of how CGRP levels can increase in the body at the wrong times. And when something goes up, as we all know, Newton's laws, it also has to come down. So we need to get back down to that balance point. But if CGRP is getting released at certain times due to stress, etc., it's getting circulated around the body. Now, if let's say that person is not wishing to express certain emotions because, as we said earlier on, they're suppressing them, very uncomfortable, don't wish to have those, well, the tissue cells that are involved in certain emotions like anger, etc., which would involve CGRP, they are no longer able to show their receptors. And therefore, that means CGRP increases. And as that increases up, that means that we're going to see a large volume. So how do we get that CGRP to go down? Because what goes up has to come down, because we need to get that metabolic balance. So this is where we can see, for example, if it is up high and there are cells of the immune system that are actually got receptors for it, so that CGRP gets metabolized away, reduced, but it binds to the mast cells, for example. It also can bind to the cells in the brain called the microglia, and that is where the link with migraine can happen as well. And as it shows you here, the study shows you connections with migraine. So this is also just coming to the end to demonstrate how there is now also a link with fibromyalgia and the same molecule. And I'm just going to end by just explaining that this work I've gone through today is very much focused on a shift in what we know, what used to be called the germ theory, in terms of the role that this has and significance to the immune system, and the fact that more and more work is now showing that that was wrong, and we now have something called the host theory, and that therefore this is very significant when it comes to understanding how the immune system can get out of balance, etc., due to emotional health. So thank you very much for listening. And if there are any questions, I am very happy to take them.
Dear Neil, we thank you for sharing your presentation with us. We appreciate that very much. And for the time being, we thank you and wish you a nice day in the UK. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And now we are coming back to the USA, where Ms. Diana Cantorena is ready. She is a registered nurse specialist and an integrative health educator. She is the founder of the organization called Cultivating Self. It's a movement supporting healthcare leaders to restore cultural, spiritual, and ecological foundations of healing within modern healthcare. Diana is also an integrative health coach, trained in Western herbalism and trauma-informed yoga practices. I'm happy to have Ms. Diana Cantorena with us online today. Good afternoon from Czech Republic. Good morning to the USA.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
That. Thank you.
There we go. Let's put present. Okay, wonderful. So again, thank you all for having me. It's truly an honor to be with you here with you today, and good morning from the San Francisco Bay Area in California. I am here to discuss the great dilemma that we face in healthcare and offer some perspectives and also open up to you all for some questions. So cultivating self, we are birthing a new culture of care. Oops. Excuse me. So I just also, before we begin, I just want to take a moment to offer some gratitude to the organizers of this beautiful conference, all the work that goes into this, the tech support. Thank you all for your efforts. I know a lot of it goes unnoticed, and without you, this wouldn't be possible. So just wanted to acknowledge you all. I also want to honor the land and the ancestors who tended it before us. The land where I sit is traditionally of the Karkeen people in the Karkeen region, again, known as the San Francisco Bay Area. And we're just so grateful to call in their wisdom with us, our ancestors to be with us today, and may we continue to carry that wisdom forward to really birth this new culture of care. So who am I? Thank you for the introductions. We had a little bit of information of who I am, but I'm a sister and aunt. I'm a registered nurse. I'm also the child of immigrants who left their ancestral homelands in search of greater opportunities for their children, both of whom are in the healthcare space. My father's a physician, trained in Mexico, and my mother's an occupational therapist. So I grew up watching them support their community and also have to assimilate to a completely different culture that really was devoid of a lot of the values that they held so deeply. And it was very challenging to witness them in the healthcare space and not be supported. And it definitely affected all of us as their children. I am also a patient advocate, an herbalist. I have clinical experience across various settings, including the pediatric trauma ICU is where I started my nursing career, public health, rural health, a nurse case management. I worked on the street doing wound care with our homeless population, primary care, and as well as concierge medicine. So after experiencing burnout myself and feeling the impact of the healthcare system, which led to moral injury, I founded Cultivating Self, which is a nonprofit that was set out to restore the spirit of healers and reconnect us all to healthcare from the lens of culture and spirit, as well as ecological wisdom. And here we have some interesting graphs. We don't need to go into too much detail about these, but the intention of sharing these with you today is to really show the data. And I'm speaking from the lens of the USA. Our healthcare system, as many of you all know, is pretty shameful. And so we can see this reflected in the numbers here. This is the Mirror 2024 study, which is demonstrating the failed US healthcare system in comparison to 10 other countries. And so again, we can see from a couple of the graphs here that the US has the highest healthcare spending and the worst outcomes compared to other nations. It looks like Australia, the Netherlands, trending at the top here. And this is just really interesting because when we ask this question of spirituality, and the talk today is, integrating ecology and spirit and culture to heal the healer so that we can build new systems, we really have to look at the economics behind what's driving the outcomes. And so we can see here again that we have horrible outcomes and we are spending the most. Again, here, the US Trail Peers for Equity and Healthcare Access. We also know that our Black and Brown, what we call Black and Brown, but the Latino American community, also African American communities, have the worst access to healthcare. And then I even push it a little further and ask the question, what kind of healthcare are we accessing? Is this integrative of the medicines that you have all been sharing here today? Is it aware of the spiritual and greater historical context from which we are arriving in front of the healthcare providers? I would say no. And so this really then leads us to the question of my thesis for this talk, which is our disconnection from the spirit is at the root of our healthcare crisis. And if we go back a little bit, we can see some commonalities in our cultures and across our ancient cultures. Health was never separate from the spirit. Every tradition taught that well-being comes from feeding both the human and the spirit world through ritual, ceremony, and relationship with the land. We can see that the medicine wheel here of Turtle Island, which is where I reside, holds a balance among body, mind, heart, and spirit. In the African cosmovision, health depends on reciprocity with ancestors and alignment with the cosmic order. And then in the top right of the screen, we have the Andean Inca Chacana, which reflects harmony between the upper, middle, and lower worlds. We also have the Panchakoshas in Yoga and Ayurveda, which describe the 5 sheaths of being. You have body, energy, mind, wisdom, and spirit, each requiring their own nourishment. We can also look at Chinese medicine with the 5 elements and Ayurveda's doshas as well, that echo this same truth that cross all of our cultures around the world. And together, these teachings really remind us that food, prayer, story, and ceremony do not just nourish the body, but they feed our spirit. They also honor our ancestors and keep us in harmony with the web of life. I really love these visuals because you can see so many similarities here. And now as we come to our current medical system, we can see that these are some of the nursing, and I'm speaking from the nursing perspective, these are some of the nursing frameworks that we use when we talk about patient-centered care. And it's really interesting to see what's on here. And nowhere does it say spiritual support. And we do offer spiritual support to patients in the hospital setting, but many times we are never offered that same spiritual support. So what's possible? Here, these are some examples that are happening around over here in North and South America. We have Ecuador's first Indigenous university, proves to be a big hit. We also have First Nations University in Canada, which is at the forefront of Indigenous-led research. And I ask this question, what's possible when we start to really lead with the Indigenous values that connect us back to that spirit? What is possible with our economy? What kind of cultures of care and healthcare systems? Maybe we don't even call it healthcare. What about the love-based systems of care that we can build together? So Cultivating Self, as I briefly shared before, I'm the founder of. This is a nonprofit that is doing a lot of work in the realm of reweaving spirit, culture, ecology, so that we are integrating that into the mainstream healthcare system, while also simultaneously creating a new one. We empower caregivers through holistic continuing education, ecological restoration projects, and civic education so that they're empowered to change policy in their hometowns and their communities. These are some of the projects that we've done. We've done healthcare retreats where we bring in world-renowned teachers from around the world to talk about ancient modalities of healing. We do organizational well-being retreats. And again, as I said, continuing education and science-based play shops. These are all pictures from our events and our gatherings. We have also created regenerative healthcare spaces in the hospital setting. This is actually one of my colleagues who took a little selfie to share his appreciation for what we created as a reset room, a space for all of the hospital staff to reset and to ground and to find some peace of mind amongst a very chaotic setting. Some calls to action for us here. Interfaith healing spaces that are not necessarily religious, but really connecting us back to spirit. And one of the things that I actually forgot to share earlier was when we talk about spirituality, what does that actually mean? And I'm just going to read a quick sentence from the book called One Drum by Richard Wagamese, who is a Ojibwe First Nation, Northwestern Ontario storyteller. And his definition of spirit is the word spiritual itself means of the spirit. We are all spirit. We are all energy. The truth is that there is a fire that burns at the invisible center of all of us. So we really also have to define what spirit means. And also to me, spirituality is just the interconnectedness of all things and having that awareness and walking in the world with that awareness. Connection to land, to culture, to ceremony, and making sure that that is integrated into the care that we offer to our communities. Cultural immersions, shared wisdom, Indigenous-led higher education, as I showed you examples that are actually happening right now, and ultimately legislation and policy change. Thank you. Please stay connected. That is our contact information. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them and engage more.
Thank you, Diana, for being with us today. And thank you for sharing your ideas what spiritual approach and spirituality means in your point of view. So we thank you very much for that and wish you a nice day in San Francisco Bay. Thank you very much and goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, now we were supposed to have 2 students from the Philippines with us. However, we failed to have their connections. So, for the time being, let's have a short break, and as soon as the next speaker is ready, we will come back to you. Thank you for your patience and watching us.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Rady odborníků, příběhy s inspirativní filozofií, četba, výstavy, dokumenty z cest i relaxace, pohlazení pro tělo i duši, radioregenerace.cz.
Záhady života. Časopis o mystériích zdraví a duši.
Bude to radost, bude to mejdan. Český mejdan s impulzem. Skvělou zábavu vám přeje
Zdraví nezná hranic. Hledejme, co nás spojuje. Je čas začít spolupracovat. Takové je motto letošního Mezinárodního kongresu zdraví, který se ve dnech 3. až 5. října uskuteční v Praze. Je určený pro profesionály i laiky, kteří si chtějí rozšířit obzory v oblasti tradiční, komplementární i integrativní medicíny i medicíny založené na důkazech. Zapojit se lze osobně i zdarma online. Loni tak Mezinárodní kongres zdraví sledovali 2000 lidí z 55 zemí. Letos organizátoři slibují informace od předních odborníků z americké Cornellovy univerzity, z britské Cambridge a nebudou chybět přednášející z Brazílie, Indie, Austrálie, Německa, Číny či z Jižní Afriky a řady dalších zemí.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy we are back after this unplanned break, and I can announce our next and final speaker for today, who is Dr. Amruta Alalakh, a distinguished Ayurvedic physician and healthcare professional from India. She holds a postgraduate degree in general medicine, particularly in Kaya Chikitsa, from the Government Ayurveda Medical College in the city of Mysuru. She is certified in yoga therapy and basic life support as well. Her professional experience spanned patient-centered care, clinical research, and wellness promotion, including work as a resident medical officer and a volunteer during the COVID-19 pandemic. Before we conclude the day, let me welcome Dr. Amruta Alalakh, our final speaker of the day. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your introduction about me. Thank you.
Yes, the floor is yours. Hello.
Thank you. Is my screen seen and my voice audible?
No, at this time being, we cannot see, if you are making your presentation, we can't see it at the moment. But if you have a problem, now we can see. Yes, yes, everything is all right.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Amruta Alalakh, and I would like to present on the topic an open-label clinical trial to evaluate the efficacy of Matra Basti with Sukumara Gurta, followed by administration of Vaishwanara Churna in the management of Vibanda, vis-a-vis constipation in geriatric age group. So, as we know that constipation in geriatrics is $1 million business, and I was also interested in managing geriatric patients of mine. This study was completely aimed at their gut health and constipation management in the age group of geriatrics. So this will be the contents that I will be going through this presentation about introduction. As we know that most of the nations are undergoing rapid and dramatic aging, and by 2050 we are expecting that 25% of the population will be older than 65. And even though aging is a unique natural biological process in every of a species, we know that they are most vulnerable population to diseases. And among the geriatric age, the constipation is a frequently reported bowel symptom and economic burden and adverse implications on quality of life and health state in geriatric age group make constipation a major public health issue. And we got like two causes of chronic constipation among geriatrics. They're primary and secondary causes. As I have tried to avoid secondary causes of constipation in my study, because like secondary constipation is mainly caused by the medications and obstruction, metabolic disorders like hypothyroidism, neurological disorders, systemic disorders, and psychiatric causes. So I was mainly focusing on primary causes in my study. They're being classified as normal transit constipation, slow transit constipation, and the one which is including evacuation disorders. So evacuation disorders will be having a group of function as well as anatomical abnormalities. They will be having poor toileting habits, obstetric and history of lower back injuries as well. So in the current scenario, drugs such as the bulk forming agents, stimulants and stool softeners, osmotic agents, secretagogues are mainly commonly used in the modern era of medicine. And even though the conventional treatment is well established and safe, and it doesn't provide that correct improvement for the geriatric age group, in Ayurveda, we can see the terms like Vibandha, Malagraha, Malabadhada, that which are the correlated terms with constipation. So this is what the Ayurvedic understanding of constipation is. We have different terms like apanavata, as well as the gunas like rukshata. So in basically what happens in geriatrics is that the qualities like rukshata will be increases. That means like they have dryness in even in their gut health system as well as, so that is causing obstruction and dryness of their fecus, and even the obstruction that is leading to constipation. So that is a term Vivanta, what it is meaning of. So this effort was made to study in detail about the causes, etiopathogenesis, and management of constipation with a clinical study titled and single-arm clinical trial to evaluate the efficacy of Matra Basti with Sukumaragrita, followed by administration of Vaishwanara Churna in the management of Vipanta, that is nothing but geriatric constipation. So we have taken the medicines which is like specific, helpful in management of the constipation, that is helping in the evacuation of fetus and flacus through Sukumaragrita, that is was given in the form of an enema. And after that, we have administered a medicament which is having the properties of combination as well as which can help in constipation and easy movement of flatus as well. So from the study, it can be concluded the intervention of Matra Basti with Sukumaragrita, followed by internal administration of Vaishwanara Churna, was found to be as effective in geriatric constipation. So objective of the study is it was to evaluate the efficacy, as I stated. So the materials and methods include the main materials that we taken for the study was Sukumaragrita for the enema and Vaishwanara Churna as an internal medicament. So Sukumaragrita was given to the patients in the form of Matra Basti. That is nothing but a kind of enema in the smaller dosage. In the dose of 60 ml, we have administered to the patient. And Vaishwanara Churna, it was given in the dosage of 12 grams before food in divided doses for 22 days after the course of Matra Basti. So it was an open labeled clinical trial research design, and the subjects were assigned to a single group, and we have administered the Matra Basti followed by internal administration of that medicament, and the results were analyzed statistically. We have the subjects from OPD and IPD of Government Ayurveda Medical College Hospital, Mysuru, Government High Tech Panchakarma Hospital, Mysuru, and other referral sources who were diagnosed with Vipanta with geriatric constipation. Out of the 38 patients registered, 32 completed the study. The duration of the study was 30 days. And for diagnostic criteria, we have taken Rome for diagnostic criteria. So to diagnose, especially the functional constipation, at least 2 from the Rome 4 diagnostic criteria, and with a duration of 3 to 6 months was needed. So this is Rome 4 diagnostic criteria, and it had scored 5 of this criteria. Among the 5 criteria, at least 2 has to get filled, and the subjects should have an history of 3 to 6 months. All the subjects of belonging to 60 to 75 years of age group, irrespective of gender, caste, and religion, were included, and the patients with the stool form scale, 1 or 2 on the Bristol stool form scale, were included, and the patients meeting Rome 4 diagnostic criteria for functional constipation were also included. And we tried to exclude the subjects on medication that is supposed to cause secondary constipations like opioids, anticonvulsants, and tricyclic depressants. And we have excluded the subjects with structural gastrointestinal disorders like the colorectal carcinoma, diverticulosis, stricture, internal hemorrhoids, rectal prolapse, etc. And subjects with blood pressure levels above the range of 150 by 100, as like medicaments also can cause us the constipation. So I try to avoid the disease as well as the medicaments causing the constipation. And subjects of uncontrolled diabetes with random blood sugar level above 250. And the assessment schedule was using the Bristol stool form scale. We have mainly taken 2 kinds of parameters for understanding, for assessing the geriatric constipation, like the treatment, how it was affecting or how it was useful for the geriatric population. So the 2 assessment criteria that we have taken was, one was Bristol stool form scale, and other was PACQL. It means a patient assessment of constipation quality of life. So it's a quality of life understanding. So the Bristol stool form scale was done on 0 day, 9 day after the enema, and 22 days after, even after the medicament administration. So this is Bristol stool form scale. We can see like type 1 to type 7 grades of stool formations, the characteristics of stools. So the type 1 and 2 were considered, as I told, in the diagnostic criteria. So this was the criteria that I used for the assessment as well. And for the patient assessment of constipation, it was done 3 times during the study, on the 0 day, on 9 day after the enema, and after the completion of intervention. It was like 28 questions were there in the study, and the whole data was collected on 0 day, 9 day, and first month, like the completion of the study. And the data were analyzed statistically by applying the following statistical methods. So, like, we have taken descriptive statistics as normal, like mean, standard deviation, frequency, percentile, and inferential statistics. We taken t-test pair, t-test pair test, and chi-square test, Wilcoxon sign test, and all the statistical method were done using SPSS for Windows. So, coming to the intervention, as I said, Matra Basti with Sukumara Krita, it means enema with Sukumara Krita, was given for the first 8 consecutive days of intervention in the dosage of 60 ml. So we have like particular procedure for enema. So this enema was that the special title of the enema itself suggests that it is indicated for sukumaras. That means that people who are not tolerant to the heavy administration of medicines or heavy therapeutical procedures. So it was the safest method for geriatrics as well. So it was given in the dosage of 60 ml. And afterwards, we have given Vaishwanara Churna with Grita as Anupana. Anupana means we tried to suggest the patients to mix Vaishwanara Churna along with some ghee as an Anupana, as an like substituent, means along with that medicament. And it was internally administered in 2 equally divided doses before food for 22 days. And the total duration of the study was 30 days. So the observations were made on 15 characters. So mainly age, gender, religion, status, locality, nature of current occupation, history of emotional stress, that I would like to include all the observation details in my conclusion as well. So we tried to include the digestive power based upon the Ayurvedic parameters, the number of vegas or the number of times the people were doing defecation, and the type of the foods they were consuming, and any history of they have suppressed their urges for defecation, and Bristol stool form scale and PACQL scale as well. So coming to the results, like as I told, two parameters were mainly used, and that was during 3 times of the study on 0 day, 9 day, as well as the completion of the intervention. So, and coming to Bristol stool form scale, before treatment, 28 subjects had grade 1 and 6.3% had grade 2, and 2 subjects with 6.3% in the grade next level on a 0 day of assessment. And mid-treatment, out of 32 subjects, 15 subjects had grade 5, 11 subjects had grade 4, and only 1 subject had grade 2 in Bristol stool form scale. And out of 32 subjects, 16 subjects, that is 50% of subjects had grade 5. That means a kind of an improvement that you can see that I would like to discuss in the conclusion part. So the result obtained regarding this score of Bristol stool form scale showed statistically significant. That means that there were statistically significant results when we are comparing with before and the mid treatment, and as well as the before and after treatment. That means that Matra Basti has a significant role that I would like to discuss in the conclusion part, as well as the intern administration of medicaments. So the whole procedure was found effective. So results from the Friedman test, it is evident that there was significant improvement in score of the stool form scale on overall all assessment, with a chi-square value of 53.034 with a p-value of 0.001. In patient assessment of constipation, the t-test overall decrease of standard deviation of 11.901 in before treatment to 5.930 in after treatment is noted, showing overall significant improvement in quality of life of the subjects with constipation. So coming to the discussion part on the Vaishwanara Churna that we have taken as a medicament, the ingredients of Vaishwanara Churna was Trachispermum ame, Gingiber officinale, and we had rock salt in that main medicament, and Terminalia chibula. So all these drugs in combination were supposed to have Tridosha Shamaka property. That means that it helps in controlling, pacifying the overvitiated doshas, and but this specific churna, it is mainly aiming at improving the carminative actions of the digestive capacity, the metabolism of the patient, and that could help in easy evacuation of the fetus and flacus. And coming to discussion on Sukumara Krita, it's a Sukumara Krita. Krita means a ghee, actually, but it is an example of Yamaga preparation in Ayurveda. So Yamaga preparation means there will be like 2 constituents, like it will be having ghee and an oil. So we had castor oil in that. So being a Yamaga preparation, it was considered as more Brahmana. Brahmana means it is more nourishing, that could help also in the geriatric age group. And all the drugs in all together, that was Vada Pittahara. It had carminative actions. It was nourishing action also was seen, and the gunas like the unctuousness, the hot potency, and the property of easy evacuation of flatus and fecus, as well as the nourishment capacity of that whole drug was used in geriatric constipation. Coming to Matra Basti, in Ayurveda, Basti therapy is one among one. It's not one among. It's a prime among all therapeutic measurements, especially for Vata Vyadhi, any diseases caused by the vitiation of Vata. So, and coming to Basti, it is specific at. There are like 5 kinds of Vata. So, in that 5 kinds of Vata, Apana Vata is the one that is mainly we are focusing in geriatric constipation. So, Basti is one of the main medicament or main kind of therapeutic measures that could help in helping in easy evacuation of Apanavata or easy functioning of Apanavata. So it helps in early voiding of the stool. So this type of basti is indicated especially in Bala and Vriddha. That means in pediatrics as well as for the geriatric age group. So it helps in retention, relieving the retention of urine, stool, and flatus, and it is administered through the rectal route. It reaches the Pakvashya level, that is the main point of the site of the Vata dosha. And so as the Vata is specified, disease itself gets cured because it's major causative factor in the disease. So in the present study, Sukumaragita was used for Matra Basti, and as I discussed before, it was having all the properties that is mainly aiming at geriatrics, helping in improving their digestion, improving their nourishment, and easily evacuation of the fetus and flatus. Coming to discussion on results, overall assessment of Bristol Stool Form Scale, in pre-test assessment, 28 subjects were in grade 2 and 2 subjects in grade 3 and grade 4. And in mid-assessment, 1 subject was in grade 1, 5 subjects in grade 4, 11 subjects in grade 5, and 15 in grade 6. In post-test assessment, 4 subjects were in grade 4, 12 subjects were in grade 5, and 16 subjects in grade 6. There was highly significant improvement of score of grade 1 in 87.5% of subjects to grade 6, in 50% of subjects, and grade 5 in 37.5% of subjects after the treatment. The pre-test and post-test result of the parameters Bristol Stool Form Scale has shown high significant results with a p-value of less than 0.001. It can be interpreted that the stool consistency showed significant results in the Bristol Stool Form Scale after 30 days of intervention consisting of Matra Basti with Sukumaragrita for 8 days, followed by internal administration of Vaishwanara Churna for 22 days, and there was even significant improvement in Bristol Stool Form grading even after 8 days of Matra Basti. While comparing the results between 30 days of whole treatment and after 8 days of Matra Basti, it showed insignificant result. That means that either as a Matra Basti, it was found to be effective, and even with the whole procedure, including the internal administration of medicament and enema, was found effective. So there was no significant results in between when we are comparing the effects of both of them. So the whole process of Matra Basti in the form of Mritu Shodhana, Agni Deepana, and Vatanlomana might have helped in quick revival of symptoms. There is obstruction of fecus. That would be the reason there was significant improvement after 8 days of Matra Basti. Internal administration of Vaishwanara Churna with properties of Vatanlomana, Agni Deepana, Vibandhara also helped in relieving constipation in addition with Matra Basti. The significant improvement while comparing the Bristol Stool Form Scale before and after treatment support the data. Coming to discussion on PACQL, that is the Quality of Life Assessment Scale for the constipation. The main score was at baseline on the time of the baseline visit was 73.91, and it decreased significantly to 35.94. It shows that there was significant improvement in quality of all 8 subjects on 9th day and on 31st day after the whole study, and the result shows there was significant improvement in quality of life after the study. Coming to conclusion of my study, chronic constipation is a common disorder in elderly population globally and is associated with comorbidities and negative implications on quality of life. Ayurveda, the science of life, has considered Jara or geriatrics. The name itself is like they are quite similar, Jara and geriatrics, and Ayurveda has considered Jara under the umbrella term of Swabhava Bala Pravritta Roga, that is caused in naturally it will happen. So the age we cannot try to stop them. So it occurs, it happens by on time. So although constipation is a physiological consequence of normal aging, decreased mobility, medications, underlying diseases, and rectal sensory motor dysfunction also contribute to increased prevalence in older adults and is characterized by infrequent bowel movements, results in passage of small amounts of hard and dry stool. This is brought about by numerous causative factors such as dietary, mental, as well as lifestyle factors. Even though there is direct and explicit description of constipation as a disease is not found in Ayurveda. But there are different presentations of Purisha or the stool, like constipated stools or hard stools or we can see the dry stools or the obstipation or like the complete obstruction to the passage of fetus and flacus are found in different contexts of Ayurveda. Non-compliance of healthy diet, healthy lifestyle, and mental stress and strain are responsible for this disease. Study on etiopathogenesis of Vipanda clearly indicates the predominance of Apanavada Vritti and Agni Mandita, that is, reduction in their metabolism and increased functioning of Vada. The treatment modalities to specify Vipanda includes Nidana Parivarjana. That means that um, trying to avoid the food and dietary habits and even the lifestyles that can causes the increased occurrence of constipation, oleation, sedation, internal administration of drugs with properties of easy evacuation of fetus, and combinative actions, usage of suppository, Niruhabasti, Anuvasanavasti, as well as Virechana. In the present study, an attempt was made to validate the efficacy of Matrabasti with Sukumarakrita, followed by internal administration of Shamanaushadhi named Vaishwanara Churna. The qualities like Vada Anilomana, Deepana Rasayana Sukumarakrita in the form of Matra Basti. So basically, this Basti and medicament was really good at improving the digestion of the geriatric population and for the easy passage of that fecus and flatus, and for the anti-constipative actions. So both of these drugs were used in the clinical trial. The study was an open-label, single-group clinical trial which was conducted on 32 subjects. Among 32 subjects, maximum number of subjects were male, and the incidence of geriatric constipation was seen among other subjects who were belonging to the lower class and urban area. Geriatric constipation was more among the subjects who were used to take foods that it's rich in the qualities like which is light, which is very dry, and they were like predominantly having hot and spicy food as well, and they had history of untimely taking of food and not proper having sleeping, not proper getting the sleep, as well as the history of like suppression of the urges for defecation. History of emotional stress, previous occupation involving long distance walking, traveling and sitting at same place for a long time, working under sunlight without availability of water was also elicited among subjects. It was observed that there was increased prevalence of usage of they were like because the study was done in southern part of India, those subjects were mostly involved in taking the millets and the non-vegetarian food items, that the preparation of that using the millets things as well as the cotyledons, they were not using the unjust part. That means they were not using oil. It was given all as a like dried version of it. So that would be a reason for their constipation, and they were like more prior to take hot and spicy foods and especially non-vegetarian things that is like quite specific, that may increase the excessive dryness of the fecus, leading to constipation. So recommendation for further study. This study can be done in a larger sample size. Total duration of intervention can be extended. And efficacy of Matra Basti and Shamanaushadhi with Vaishwanara Churna, it can be given in different groups. So this study was a single group open label study. So it can be done in two groups to understand how these are working different. And gut microbiome can also be assessed in future studies regarding how the medicine works or how the therapeutic administration works. So these are my references. So thank you. Thank you for listening. Thanks a lot. Any questions?
Dear doctor, your presentation was really detailed, so there are not any questions needed to be, as you shared really detailed results of the studies. We thank you for joining our event here in Prague, and we wish you a nice day to India. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks so much.
I would like to sincerely thank all our distinguished speakers for their excellent contributions to our today's program. I also extend my gratitude to all viewers joining us online today. Thank you for watching and your attention and engagement. And one important note, despite this is the end of the whole number 4 program, the World Health Congress 2025 continues tomorrow as well. The halls number 1, 2 and 3 are going to host many interesting experts. I'm convinced you will enjoy their tomorrow's program. On behalf of our team of the hall number 4, thank you for watching and wish all of you a nice day.